Right, apologies for all of that. That has unfortunately all gone very, very wrong. We are back now for racing. We are, at least it's a 6-hour event. We've got time to sort all of this out. Streaming related stuff. Why has that not worked on YouTube? Why is there no YouTube video for this? No. There we go. Right. Yes, apologies for all of that. It is well organised, well sorted, and we know exactly what's going on. There is a fairly decent battle going on, fairly decent battles across the board going on. I am just trying to get everything sorted out as we see Van Thielen and Yamamoto. Van Thielen has evidently just had a fairly large problem. It is damp, well, it's wet currently, due to get less wet reasonably shortly. When we started, it said in 10 minutes, and well, we're coming up to 10 minutes, so might be easing a little bit. Should be stopped raining but cloudy in the next half an hour, so we shall see how that happens. The weather has thrown a bit of a curveball on this one, as Schwartzman has managed to get past Zintner there in the Aston Martin for first place. That McLaren obviously a lot happier in the wet conditions than the dry ones. Thornton and McGonigal are battling it out well and truly. I need to see if I can fix this. Battling it out well and truly with each other going through there. Hello, Sharwin in chat. Yes, thank you. It's been an interesting start to this one, to say the least. But we are here now, and there is some streaming going on. So I'm going to point that up. Do that. There we go. Right. Apologies for not having the timing list on the next to the screen. I have been pushing every single button on my keyboard to try and figure out which one it is, and I, for love nor money, cannot seem to work it out. If anybody does know what what race control button is on the keyboard to do that, that would be wonderful. Should have asked Barry when he popped in just now. As the track has moved now to damp, it is officially a damp race. I'm just resyncing the liveries because I managed to not. I was awake in time. I just managed to miss that one bit out of my schedule. I was organising all of this. So you may gain some liveries in a moment. But in the meantime, we shall have a look as Van Thielen and Yamamoto are still trading blows for this one. The track, as I say, is drying, and the weather is evidently starting to ease. It should be dry, at least stopped raining apparently in 10 minutes time. So hopefully these drivers will have a slightly easier time, especially those that have got a slightly stiffer setup car than those on a full wet setup. But who knows what the weather's going to do beyond this, especially if it started like this. It may stay dry, it may get worse. It may not dry out at all, that is always a possibility. You see these two. Van Thielen is looking all over the place there with that Ferrari up the inside into turn two, turn two there, into the hairpin. Not an easy. You have to pretty much make sure you get that one done on the brakes, as Wilson there for the JP Motorsport car is battling with Salma in the turn 1 720 Evo, and they have the outside line on the brakes, able to get across in front of Wilson and just get on the brakes and hold them up there. Very nicely done by Salma there to make that one stick and work. Hopefully we will gain some more liveries shortly. My Auction Sim Racing app is doing its thing currently. So yes, and Cuss is starting to head towards the back of the Aston Martin of Thornton. McGonigal has now dropped back a little bit. Was starting to make some moving. Jordan McGonigal for Stone Cold Racing, it was a little bit further back, further up in the field, but was making some moves forward, but hasn't really managed to too much now. Desimir in the Ferrari for GD Esports is there as well, just starting to make themselves known. Cuss is now right on the tail of the Aston Martin of Thornton there. So Funtech QRT is chasing down. Go for the outside move around the hairpin. Have they got the drive to make this one stick? Yes, they do. They very much have the drive there. Can the Grunton go with the Aston make up for that? Evidently not. I think that Aston just a little bit more traction limited coming out of there than I would have liked. And that is a move done. Van Thielen is dropped back a little bit off the back of Yamamoto. I think that car is starting to come good. It's still raining, but it's actually quite hard to see on this with this at the moment. Wilson and Salma are still together, but they are starting to get Robson and Burgess there for company. Now the question is, does Robson get onto the back of Wilson, or does Salma or does Burgess get onto the back of Robson? Looks like they're all going to do it all about the same time. Zahintner in the Aston Martin has the fastest lap of the race so far, 32.327 versus 32.484. So not 482. Sorry, not a huge gap between them. Zahintner was actually about 400ths faster. 4,000ths faster the previous lap. So it's all very close as Salma is getting past by Wilson. Wilson got that one, hung that one on the outside, got the drive on the exit. Salma coming up back up the inside through turn 4, down the hill into turn 5. Looks like that's pretty much done there from Wilson. Very nicely done. They will be looking to try and pull the weight back up through the field through this race. As that is Burgess in the background there, hassling Robson very thoroughly, getting all up in their mirrors on the way down into turn 5, turn 6, and into the last corner and onto the pit straight. That they are all starting to get into the slipstream of each other now. It does look like Burgess has caught Robson before Robson could have caught Salma or Wilson. Wilson has started to check out. Is already over half a second up the road to Salma. So that is a good bit of work done there, and has managed to pull that one away as we see this battle. Berges absolutely sends it on the brakes. That's never going to work. You put a stamp on that one, and it was returned to sender. Good morning, Lyric. It's still the morning for about another hour. Wonderful. As Berges is now ahead of Van der Schoot in the Funtech sim racing car as well. I'm not quite sure how that happened. That was a very big running away off track. I'm assuming they managed to get a big drive out of turn 2 and down into turn 3, and they had a chunk of overspeed from the run, the time how far they went. I am going to just double check that this is all still working. Please let us know if the audio and what have you is all good on stream. Right, I have just resynced deliveries via that, so if any ones that we were missing, black cars were... Thornton has dropped down, that one hasn't worked. Wonderful. Thornton has dropped down to 20th now and is kind of out in the middle of nowhere a little bit. I'm assuming it had issues in the wet, damp conditions, hoping to make a bit of a charge back up through the grid. O'Reilly is in the other Formula GT car, car 99, is still hanging on to the back. These two, Desimir and McGonigal battling away in front has allowed this car to start to catch back in, and with Kuss at the front of this train, has picked up a chunk of front damage there. Didn't see how that happened, but has evidently ended up with a little bit of damage on the front of that car. We'll see. I mean, we've got 40 minutes to hang on to that thing with that damage as it is, so hopefully it's not too bad. Everything else looking pretty good. Robson and Salma now are right on top of... No, I'm not going to finish that sentence. Trying to occupy the same bit of track. Ferrari on McLaren here, so the Ferrari of Funtech SimTech Racing, sorry, I'm getting all the team names mixed up, and the Cern 1 720 Evo of Salma there. Running through, so it's started to open up a little bit. Desimir is on the tail of McGonigal now, and is trying to use the absolutely massive hole in the air that BMW punches to try and get a drive and get the toe up through there. This is again bringing Finley O'Reilly into this battle as well. So we're getting that, as that was nicely done on the brakes, just hung O'Reilly out wide. There was nothing they could do about that. Up the inside, hung them out wide, they couldn't get the drive. However, the grunt and go of that BMW is definitely coming back to bite on the brakes around the outside. Side by side, there's a little bit of contact. No, nobody comes off particularly badly. I think the best one that's coming off of this is O'Reilly in the Aston, if anything happens, because as long as they get connected, that's 2 places. So yeah, this is looking spicy. Salma and Berges. Berges is up alongside Salma now, on to the last couple of corners now, past the pit entry line. And Berges holds it up the inside. Salma being held out wide. Who's got what down here? You know, they have Robson in the background here, so if Salma gets eaten too much and slowed up too much, that is going to be a very much a position gained there, as well as that was Desimir. Desimir has got through on O'Reilly and McGonigal. These three have just strung out massively, and I did not see what happened there. I am assuming there was some incidents, contact, I'm not sure. Davis in that sole BMW for Formula GT. They've got a good number of cars in this race. this race. As Plogger for SimRC Pro Am is up into 7th now and is chasing down Yamamoto. That Mercedes in the mixed conditions, as it looks like it has now stopped raining for the time being, and the track will be starting to dry out. This is going to be, with 36 minutes, and a 29-degree track temperature and a 22-degree air temperature, they're going to be chasing down any and all of the wet track they possibly can for the next 36 minutes before the end of their stint. The question is though, with 6 hours you're going to end up with a short stint. Does this work into your hands, and do you do your short stint now and then take your last pit stop with an hour to go? That's the question. As Salma apparently not, as Robson is diving for the pit. So yeah, that will probably put them onto their last pit stop will be with about an hour to go, judging by this time. So this is either a masterstroke or it's not going to work out in the slightest as they come to a stop there to swap out the wet tyres. O'Reilly's in the pits, Davis is in the pits, Robson, Thornton, Sterenberg are all in the pits now for, you presume, are dry tyres, unless they purposely stopped short on this one. So that throws a cat amongst the pigeons. So O'Reilly 17th back to 21st have all now pitted, or will do shortly. Wilmot back up at the front. Wilmot in that Stone Cold Racing at BMW is hunting down Zahintner now. Zahintner being the pole position car at the end of the sprint race last week for this one, and is now on the way to potentially dropping down into third. That car evidently not happy in these mixed conditions, as you can really see the dry line starting to appear now on the track. For everybody there. So as Ozkogar has dived into the pits and has blinked there, Wilmot has got past Zahintner there on the way out of the hairpin. Can Zahintner do anything down into turn 3? Apparently not. Apparently not. There is going to be, you can see these drivers reasonably starting to hunt out the drier bits of track. We'll certainly see that down the pit straight in a few places, as Lava Show is still in the pits. Oh no, sorry, that was Robson that had pitted earlier. And have they swapped drivers? Why have they? Everybody else who pitted is, yes, it was Robson. Sorry, Lava Show is the other of the Sim Tech Racing, and that is Ben Peake now in that car. And Lewis Robson is still in the other car. So, how are we doing? O'Reilly and Sterenberg. That is all 3 Formula GT cars. 19 from 18 from 70 are all there racing line astern. They are actually about to go a lap down from, that was Wilson, wasn't it, behind them, who has now dived for the pit. So that gives you an idea on time in terms of a reasonably standard full service pit stop. You lose around about a lap in time. These are only about 90-second laps. As we now have Solberg, Wilson, Kuss are all in the pits as well for service. So evidently there is enough of a drying track to warrant not letting those wet scream much longer at them call time. It is possible to overheat the wet tyres and actually cause a puncture, and they do go quite violently. As Yamamoto is now up into 6th again. That car started 3rd, so has dropped back quite a bit. The car on the move is the 22 Stone Cold Racing of Grant Wilmot. That car is charging up through the field with everything that's been going on. Evidently very happy on its tyres. You can see just hugging way out wide on the dry, wetter bits of track, trying to keep a pair of tyres on the wet track to keep those tyres cool, making sure it's those right-hand side tyres that are the ones that take the majority of the punishment. Yeah, they're all the way out of there, not getting onto the racing line, trying to get as much in the way of a slipstream, but also trying to keep as much of the weather and trying to do everything they can to cool these tyres off. I'm going to take upon it to say Schwartzman is the next car I would say is probably going to pit, because they have lost a huge amount of time to these two cars behind them as Salma is diving for the pits as well. Terry GT, best views on... I don't know. I'm assuming that is a bot and is... I don't have access to deal with that. Wonderful. As Wilson and Solberg are racing hard against each other there. They are, yeah, if I've spotted this correctly, these two are back markers to the McLaren of Schwartzman now. So as Wilson dives back and lets everybody pass, that leaves Solberg now to do the same. 30 minutes into this, the weather's doing interesting things. The track has gone to greasy, but it is now saying it's due to get wet again in 30 minutes time. Well, I guess we'll see what happens. There are a few cars, a good number of cars still out there on wet tyres. You can see the windscreen wiper there still going on Willemot's car as well. So Solberg has now let a few cars past. I don't think they were quite expecting to hit. No, that's 3 wide on the exit of turn 3, and that has let Wilson past Solberg there. Wonderful. This is getting exciting. Willemot has now got past Schwartzman as well, whilst we were watching at that little bit of backmarker action going on there. So that is just ahead, literally just ahead of this battle. Wilson there being blue flag like crazy, but is able to keep right on the tail of Schwartzman. Schwartzman has dropped back. I'd say I think he's struggling with his tyres quite heavily due to the conditions. I'm not entirely sure about the car. Oh, excuse me, I am sorry, I am coughing something chronic. There's no sound. Is that from... Everything is there. Oops. Is that engine sound? Because I get moaned at that that's often too loud. Or is that me talking, which is apparently unmuted? Oh! I don't know, is that better? Okay, everything seems to be working. I just turned stuff up a little bit. Wonderful. Apologies for all of that. Right, we're back. Willemot, yeah. Wilson is attempting to unlap themselves from the leaders. This looks like Willemot. Yeah, Willemot's diving for the pits now. With that, what I'm assuming is a very screaming set of wet tyres, and they have just cried no on that one slash. Again, with about half an hour to go, that pretty much means with a 65-minute stint, you can just run hour-long stints now to the end. Because of the time you'll lose, as has speaking of Hours has dived for the pits as well. Evidently, their tyres screaming no as well. So that is also, we have Desimir and the McGonagall in the other Stone Cold Racing car. So Jerome Desimir in the G League Esports car is on the tail of McGonagall. That is Jordan McGonagall. We'll find out who the other one is when they jump in the car, but it is the McGonagalls in this Aston Martin as that car just goes, nope, I am not going to let you finish that corner off, and that has given Desimir a chance to get up alongside and has got a really good drive out of this corner now. That looks like a long stop for Willamette because he's out of the pits. That's concerning. They were looking really strong as they start to seriously drop down the grid now. But that has let the Ferrari through on the inside. Very nicely done there for the fourth from that Ferrari on the BMW. Up the inside, just hung them out. Fairly standard move there for that corner. Willamette is now down and away. That seemed like a very long stop. They were stopped. Oh, excuse me. They were stopped for 1 minute and 18 on that one. So that was a really, really long stop for them. I hope everything is okay. But they now have to climb back up the order after a very long pit stop. Zahintner and Borges are now both in the pits as well. This is all starting to string out a little bit. Salma was the only one who was anywhere near anybody as Willamette piled past on the way out of the pits on that one. So yeah, very nicely done. Van Thielen is starting to catch up with Oscar Car now. Standing it on terms. It's doing alright. Just the usual. Feel free to like, subscribe, etc. It does help keep the lights on here at Toga. Keeps racing like this sort of thing going on. Keep that algorithm happy. Share it with your friends. Let us know what's going on. I realise this is 20 past 11 on a Saturday morning. It's a little bit early. My alarm went off at 9:30 this morning. So yeah, that was fun. But I get to see this, which is some lovely racing and you lovely people on. Van Thielen is in 9th overall currently. Merely, that is where they are. Apologies, normally I have a list on the side of the screen. I can't seem to get it to turn on. If anybody knows who uses race control and knows what the keyboard shortcut is to get that open, please let us know. It would be greatly appreciated. I have managed to lose it, and I am just poking all the buttons on the keyboard to try and make it come back. Because occasionally technology just goes, no. Ooh, we now have it on board. From the Ferrari. Apologies, that's my wheel making a bunch of noise. Right. The other annoying thing is, it means I don't have any penalties, and I can't see whether any of those have been applied. So we shall see what happens. I am going to... You know what? I'm just going to ask the question. Right. There has been a car... I think that was... No, that wasn't one that was... this was car 12... No, I don't know. As... Ben Peak, there is a bit of a battle here going... So we have Haringer from Wilmot, from Peak, from Salma now, is a bit of a battle that's slowly having things happen. So Peak in that Funtech car, Schwartzman is there, and these are back markers to Schwartzman, but Schwartzman is still in the lead with Yamamoto in second, 11 seconds down the road. But this lot are doing their best to try and unlap themselves against that car. That car has not been into the pits. This is a dry track now, and they are still on wets. That would explain why they are struggling. I think they must be working on a theory that hopefully by the time the rain is due, that they might still have some tyres left, and they can do just a standard stop, and they're going to try and do a full hour on these wets. Excuse me, on these wets. However, that is very much going to probably potentially be something they will regret, as Desimere and McGonigal are into the pits for some fresh tyres. Evidently a driver change for Xavier Lavros there, into that G-League Esports car. As Heringer has been passed by Wilmot. Wilmot now desperately trying to make their way back up through that field after a long stop. Hours and Van Thielen and Ozkakar are all battling for 5th down through to 7th. As Van Thielen is right on the tail of Ozkakar there. Going into turn 1, can't make anything happen. Not the biggest of braking zones into there, although Ozkakar running wide has given Van Thielen a chance to potentially drive up the outside here. Now, we've seen this work before. If you can hold the outside line, you actually get a bit of a better drive on the exit, and you might be able to make something work out. Not quite, and now they've got to be on their toes because Ours is in the middle of this as well. Van Thielen is at risk of, rather than gaining a place, losing a place. Similarly, Ozkakar, if this goes wrong, will potentially lose a place to Van Thielen and Ours all in one go. If Van Thielen wedges that door open and Ours can follow through. Of which they're doing a very good job of trying. Sends it on the inside into turn 4. Ours they get a little bit checked up. Ours almost runs into the back of Ozkakar there. Very nicely done. Just checks, almost brake checks them in the middle of the corner. Just gets it through, parks it on the apex, and Ozkakar can't do anything about it. Very nicely done. Now this puts Van Thielen up into 5th, with Road in. They are quite a long way up the road, so that is, 8 seconds up the road? So that's quite a big gap. They've got Ozkakar still on the tail for that one. Ours has dropped back a little bit. Evidently issues out of the last corner, couldn't quite get the power down by the looks of things, and has dropped back on that one. Oscar and Van Thielen again side by side. Can Oscar do the thing that Van Thielen was trying? No, Van Thielen just holds them out wide onto that Ferrari of Oscar car, onto that sausage curb, and they cannot get the drive, get the power down. So very nicely done there. As Oscar car is trying desperately to get back past Van Thielen. I don't think basic dry. Van Thielen's on dries. Okay, so they have both pitted 4 tyres, as Schwartzman has pitted. Obviously, those tyres, they desperately tried to hang on to that one. I think this may have cost them a bit too much time. This is going to move Road and everybody up a few more places. Van Thielen and Oscar car there. That's going to move everybody up a few more places because of the pit stop for the leader. So that moves everybody up as Schwartzman drops back down the field through there, having been essentially the last one to pit. I can see what they were trying to do, but evidently those tyres were not going to hang on for another 15 minutes to see the start of the next chunk of wet weather. And they could do a normal stop. Well played. I can't say I blame them. They were out in the lead. They didn't want to lose that. But unfortunately, it has not worked out. That has now promoted Kiyoki Yamamoto in the NIX Nix Vision e-motorsport car. Hell of a livery on that thing. So, yeah, very well done. Schwartzman is now out of the pits and is out into 12th behind Willamot. So that has dropped them right back. Evidently just not going fast enough, was losing too much time to Yamamoto. Yamamoto, have not seen in the pits. You are still on wet. That would explain why you have just been passed by Luca Road, who is on dries. So, the Aston Martin trying to hold out on wets, as is Plogger on the in the Mercedes there. We saw how much Schwartzman was struggling, but this is now Van Thielen and Oscar car battle that is catching up with Plogger, who is on the wet. Road has pitted and is now up into first place and is romping away now from Yamamoto. Yamamoto 3.2 seconds back in barely any time. Plogger has now started to drop back with those wet tyres starting to cry. Kudos to everybody that is trying this. I can't say I blame you. You were in good positions. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like it has worked out. Ours, who has pitted, is now through. Plogger just didn't have any real options there to get past to hold that one off. So that puts Van Thielen now up into third. From Yamamoto into second, that is the highest placed car on wet tyres. They do have Luke Road in front of them, who is on dries, but they have been dropping back essentially a lap later. How far back has Yamamoto fallen? 10 seconds across the line that car has fallen back to the tune of. Oscar car is chasing down Van Thielen still. We also now have a battle with Schwartzman and Robson. So Schwartzman is being caught by Robson now, having made that pit stop, has been passed by Willamot and is now being chased by Van Thielen. Now the track, let's jump back to that one. Track is still reasonably hot and reasonably dry, but there is 10 minutes before weather comes in. Yamamoto, who is in the wet and is playing dicey there, almost carnage going on between Oscar and Van Thielen there, with Yamamoto getting all sorts. I mean, it's for position, but yeah, I'm going to let the stewards deal with that one. They've got a ticker going, and they will have seen that contact. We're going to leave that to them to work out what happened, and whether there should be anything done about that one. Yamamoto, obviously, they're trying to hang on to some wets that are very unhappy with 10 minutes. It's going to be right on the hour that the weather is due in. This is either a masterstroke, because everybody else is going to have to pit out of sequence again, and they're going to be the only one who has made one stop, whereas everybody else has made multiple. But it's whether they lose too much time now with a big set of 11s, a huge lock-up on the way into there. I think those tyres are done, as Plogger has said no thank you to these wets any longer, and has dived for the pits. So that leaves, if I have read this correctly, that leaves Yamamoto, Kyoki Yamamoto, as the only car left out on wet tyres now. Everybody else has pitted. It looks like that is the case. For that one, so yeah, those tyres just screaming no one last time. So I guess that's going to be the question. Van Thielen, ooh, what happened there? I'm assuming Oscar car, or was that all part of the mess? That must have been all part of the mess. But that puts Van Thielen into second now, with the issues that happened for Oscar car and ours. Yamamoto is dropping like a stone now with that car. Are they going to go for the pits? Yet another huge set of number 11s. Yep, they are diving for the pits. I feel so sorry for them. They desperately tried to hang on. That car is just leaving tyre marks absolutely everywhere. Huge lock-up again on the way into the pits. I can see what they tried. They hung out for as long as they dare. Unfortunately, it did not look like there was a huge amount of standing water out there to help keep those tyres dry, and it has been a bone dry track for a number of laps now, so it's not a surprise that these cars have had to pit when they did, but they definitely gave it a hell of a good go to try and hang on to that one. Willem Montel, after that long pit stop and all the weather-related carnage and people trying to hang on probably longer than they should have done, is up to 8th now in that Stone Cold Racing car. So is making their way back through the grid. So is Schwartzman, who is right on their tail, as Yamamoto is just dropping down the grid now, unfortunately. Sterenberg and Mars are... Yamamoto slots out in between that battle between Yamamoto and Mars, between Mars and Stenberg there. So very nicely done, very well done. That's going to be advantage to the other two cars because they are on fresher, they're on hotter worn-in rubber by this point. It looks like the BMW of Sterenberg has picked up a chunk of damage at some point, unfortunately, as they go for a big dive on the inside of no, it's Mars now in that Mercedes, not Plogger. There we go. Herringer is on the tail of Robson. So that is Funtech Racing QRT on that is Funtech QRT on Simtech Racing. Anyway, he'll get there eventually. Willamette and Schwartzman are trading places now. Now that is an even battle, but they are right on the tail of Burgess, who is probably loving watching these two battle in their rearview mirror because it's allowing them to run away a little bit. It's allowing them to keep that gap rather than permanently being on under fire from Willamette. As we know, Willamette has been very, very fast in all of these races. Hasn't necessarily had the best luck of the draw, but has been very, very fast. Very fast, so very well done. As they have all just strung out a little bit as they go, Herringer is still just trying to stay on terms a little bit. Peak is now trying to get onto the back of Salma, although is starting to drop away a little bit there, probably more than they would like. Lavrost is starting to catch up with Thornton, is now starting to hover around that half-second mark, and is very much can see them and will be hunting down that Aston Martin as best they can. Apologies, I'm just going to double check that the streams are still working. Yes, they are. Apologies for all of the carnage that happened earlier on with stuff not working. No, go away. I managed to click just the wrong button on my screen. And there we go. Right. As the rain has come back. Oh, wonderful. When it rains, it pours. Funnily enough, that's pretty much what it's doing. And it's only going to get worse now. So, who's going to blink first for wet tyres? This just got interesting, ladies and gentlemen. And those between us, we have Burgess, Wilmot, and Schwartzman all literally trying to occupy the same piece of track. As Wilmot gets past Burgess, and that opens the door for Schwartzman. Burgess drops 2 places in the space of a corner there. So very well done to those two for making that one happen. Unfortunately, commiserations to Burgess there. That McLaren looks happier now it's got wet. The track is now marked as greasy. The question is, who blinks first for wet? So it's due to go from one lot of rain to 2 lots, and then 2 lots plus in half an hour's time. This is going to keep us on our toes for the entire race, isn't it? This is going to be one of those races where the weather, it does a very British thing and never quite makes up its mind as to whether it's going to rain or whether it's going to be dry, and it's just going to do this all race, isn't it? I don't actually know what the weather has been set to, so the weather is going to do what it's going to do, and we'll see what happens. Looks like Wilson has blinked first for a fresh set of tyres. They are going for wets. Road, Van Thielen and Hours are still your top 3. Oscar Car is chasing close behind. Burgess is another of the cars to shout first for wet. Honestly, with the amount of time it looks like this is going to go on for, yeah, it's probably not the worst idea to go and grab a set of wets, because this is going to be a somewhat longer session of rain than the last lot by the looks of things. So these are the first 2 cars that have pitted for wets. As has O'Reilly, who's just dived for the pits as well. Wilson is now down and away. We'll see where they come out. Solberg is having all sorts of trouble and getting all sorts of squirrely by the looks of things, and getting munched by Schwartzman and Wilmot. Or is that Wilmot and Schwartzman? I'm not sure. No, I think that's Wilmot getting past, although Wilmot's gone deep on the brakes, and Solberg straight back up the inside. Hours has dived for the pits, as well as Lavrost, O'Reilly, Davis, This is wholesale pit stops basically for everybody now. I think the track's now gone to damp. It's probably the right thing to do. Given the amount of time as yet these two are also in the pits. The question is, Road is out and stayed out for another lap. So has Van Thielen and so has Oscar Carr. Ours, Schwartzman, Solberg, Willemot are all in the pits. Heirenberger, I'm assuming Robson is just diving in now. Salma is into the pit lane, as is Peak. Kraus, I'm assuming is going to jump into the pits. Rowe, yeah, that is wholesale pit stops. No, Kraus stays out for another lap and goes by. So they're going to jump a huge pile of people. Road is into the pits, as we saw there. Van Thielen, the question is, that car's looking squirrely and sketchy. Yeah, they are desperately trying to get that car into the pits, into pit road. Oscar Carr is, I think, doing the same thing. Yep, struggling a little bit squirrely, but trying to get in. That is going to mean Kraus will jump a lot of them, but the question is, can he hang on to the car? How long can they hang on to that car with cars on wet behind them? Yamamoto has not opted to pit and is still out on slicks, obviously trying to get as much time on those fresh tyres as possible. They may very well be holding their temperature better now because they are a newer set of tyres than the cars around them. They have the newest set of fresh slicks from everybody but Borges and Wilmot, who came out of the pits at the same time, are now who pitted at the same time and now are back yet again racing each other full chat on track. Mars looks like they've lost out to Herzig a little bit there. Reader now has taken over the Sim RC. That car has managed to make a pit stop and stay in the lead. Very well done. Yamamoto, are they still on dries? No, they have also gone to wet as well. So that looks like it is everybody then in the grid has... no, you have not made... You've put dries on. You have put a fresh set of slicks on, stayed out, swapped drivers, put a fresh set of slicks on and kept going. As has ours. This is an interesting one. Okay, so... I was assuming everybody had gone to wet. Evidently not. There are a couple of cars. Herzig is out there on dries as well, as is Mars. Walsh is on wets. Salma, Peak, O'Reilly, Davis. Torsden, that is Chet out there enjoying that one. That is the Jordan in the which one was that? Sorry, my brain has just failed to which team that is. Formula GT, I thought it was. Is there in that one? Sorry, that's also a livery we haven't actually seen yet. That's suddenly decided it's going to work. Wonderful. Right. So, there's a few people out on dries. The majority of people are out on wet. The track's getting worse. I guess we see what happens. Jan Franja is now in that garage 59 McLaren, being chased down by Wilmot and Bergers. Wilmot has come out at the moment on top of that battle with Bergers and is trying to make good their escape. They are about actually they're just coming up to a second up the road from that one. Oh, please don't tell me it's the stream that's getting laggy. I did end up pushing the wrong button and woke another program up earlier, so that may very well be what that was. I hope it has stabilised out. Please let us know if it's still being a pain in the butt. I may have to go grab some more liquid in a second. Although Wilmot and Frenia battle is getting spicy, as Wilmot is out of the slipstream, flashing the lights in their mirrors of Frenia there to try and just let them know that they're there. They were never in a position to really make any kind of move, but have definitely made themselves known and are making themselves known in their mirrors thoroughly. So, yes. I hope everybody is having a lovely day and is having as much fun watching this as we are watching this and commentating on it for you. It's always a joy to do this. So, thank you to the team here at Toga for giving us a chance to do this. As they go side by side, Wilmot and Frenia into turn 2. Wilmot, bit of door bashing on the way in there. Getting squeezed out wide, could not get the drive on the exit up on the curb. That was never really going to work on the exit there, but well played, well tried. No major harm for anybody there. However, what this does do is put Borges, who has been just quietly sitting in the back there, watching what's going on, just gives them a chance to catch up and to see what's going on. Yamamoto, was that car that was on? That's the car that was on wet. It's still on dry. No, that has gone to wet now. That car's not looked happy all race. Let's put it that way. It's not looked comfortable. Wilmot and Frenia are still desperately trying to apply themselves to the same piece of track, and are trying to see what's going on. Let's change views for a minute and see how this goes. As Wilmot goes for a dive on the inside into turn 1. Can they make this stick? Frenia is up on the curb. The question is now, with that, can Borges use the door being wedged wide open? Can they use that to get past? Get past. It looks like they might do. Who's got them? And they are side by side into turn 2. Frenia just out wide on the curb, can't get the power down, and that is down 2 places. Unfortunately for that car, with the BMW wedging the door open, and then the Ferrari coming back through and using that to their advantage. Ours is right on the back of Kraus now in that JP Motorsport car. So G-League on JP Motorsport, Aston on McLaren, 2 British marks are British company, 2 British companies, one of them founded by a Kiwi, McLaren, Bruce McLaren. Ours doing their best to try and get on terms, trying to make any kind of move. Definitely, Kraus definitely knows that car is in its mirrors, and we shall see how this progresses, as this seems to be the closest battle on the timing sheets, as they are side by side into turn 2. Kraus runs wide, Kraus runs really deep. Didn't see if there was any contact there. Looking like there might have been, but if there was, again, it will get caught by the stewards. I think they may have had a few issues earlier on in the race. I don't know if it has been fixed as of yet. I do that and now do... That brings up that one. Sorry, I am just trying to see if I can see what the... F2 cycles that. Insert. I found this the other day because I had issues, and it has proceeded to do funky things again. Ah! There we go. That helps. I'll get there eventually. Right, so it's you that does that one. Wonderful. There we go, that helps. Apologies for not having that up for the last hour and 10 minutes. It looks like it's all still working. Again, if there's anybody who is racing or team manager or engineer who wants to come and have a chat, drop us a message, jump into the interview waiting room, and we'll drag you in for an interview if you want to come and have a chat, basically. The race is kind of stabilising out. Yamamoto is on the tail of Jens Lebeau in the turn 1296 car. So yes, that is a good one. Their best was a 29, obviously when it was dry. Their last time by was 34.5. Yamamoto was a couple of tenths faster last time by than Jens, so he's trying to catch up and trying to get a move done. We shall see how that goes as that gap is coming down. I hope everybody is well and is doing okay. There's not a huge amount to commentate on right now, and as I say, it's wet. Everybody is sliding around. I'm keeping an eye on the timing screens just in case something goes really wrong. Tim Jordan in the Formula GT car, I believe he said he would drive that car literally about 10 o'clock last night. Said that he could be about to drive that one. Basically had no time in this and has jumped straight into the BMW at a wet for a wet race. So yeah, that's fun. Track air temperature has dropped down to 21. Air temperature is down to 21. Track temperature is now 26. So that's come down a fair chunk a few degrees as well. Yamamoto is hovering on the back of Jans there. Oh, we have a Charlie who has jumped into the waiting room. We shall grab Charlie in and have a chat. Good morning. For about 3 minutes, it's still morning.
Still morning. We can do this. Yes.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm alright. I'm. Yeah, we're trying through this. These conditions aren't exactly the greatest to be racing in, and not what we expected really.
Yeah.
And it feels like it's not really making it up its mind.
Yes, the first hour and a bit has been interesting. Would you like to know what the weather's due to do in 10 minutes and then 30 minutes?
So, according to ACC Drive, which has more sort of accurate timings for weather, it's meant to be medium rain in 22 minutes.
Right, that's pretty much the same as what we've got here. I've just got three rain minus on screen here, so that would make sense.
At the moment, we've got light rain, and then 22 minutes it should get a little bit more, and then that's all it tells us so far. We've currently got 4 teams out there.
You do. You have a single driver entry of Davis.
Yeah.
In the car 70. Jordan, if I remember correctly, I saw that one that he said he was going to jump into that car about 10 o'clock last night.
Yes, exactly. We had a late last-minute pull-out, which I'm not too happy about, from that car. And the option was either try and get a driver from Toga to help out, or Mitchell do it on his own.
Oh dear.
So like, yeah, we don't want to put Mitchell through that. That's not great.
I mean, I would say, would it have been worth putting Davis, Hunter, and Mitchell together? But evidently,
Hunter was pretty confident on doing it all solo.
Okay, fair enough.
He wanted to do it solo, so we were like, okay, we'll let you do it solo. But yeah, it's so yeah, we've got 4 teams out there. I'm in the car 18 with Ches.
Yes.
Which has been and then Tim and Mitchell in the other one. You've got Finley and then Kent in the double, the 99 Aston as well, which is doing the best out of all of us at the moment. And then Hunter on his own. But
I was going to say, Hunter has a US flag. Is he actually US based or? Oh, this is like horrible o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, it's about 5 a.m. for him when it started, and I know that he's doing the 24 hours of Spa as well with us later tonight. So I think he's got some of the night stints later. So at least he can get a little bit of some sleep and then hop in the car later tomorrow morning, I guess.
I think the polite term is, does this bean need a checkup from the neck up?
I think a lot of us need a checkup mentally. I think.
I mean, that's true. That's very true.
Most of us considered to do a 12-hour race originally.
Yeah.
On the same weekend as a 24. I mean, I'm driving in the 24 as well. Hunter's driving in the 24. You know, like, I don't know what we've got in us, but yeah.
I mean, more power to you. Crack on, go for it. And this is why sim racing is great fun. You get to do. There is no way in heck you could do this IRL. Is do multiple races in a weekend. The jet lag would be real.
Absolutely. I mean, at least you're not too far from each other in your life. Red Bull Ring's not too far.
No, I mean, theoretically you could do a race at the Nürburgring and at Spa simultaneously, given that they are only an hour apart.
Absolutely.
I don't know if I should say this, but I've just spotted on the timing screen. Finley is under pressure from Jerome in the G League Esports car.
Yeah. It's really weird what this weather's doing is, because I think at one point someone. So we pitted as all of our cars pitted as soon as it went dry.
Yeah.
And we were. I was looking on ACC Drive at the spotting list, and I mean, I personally was doing. I think it was like 4 seconds a lap or 5 seconds a lap quicker than like the top 5. And then like most of them only pitted like after the hour, and I was like, well, why are you doing that? Because that means that you've started on wets.
There was a lot of
wet period, and then stayed on the wets for the dry period. Your tyres must be.
There was a lot. There was a number of cars up the front that evidently were. I think we're in a good position. The weather's doing wonky things. Let's see if it gets wet sooner than it says it's going to. And opted to try and stay out to only make one pit stop in the first hour.
Yeah.
Excuse me. So I think there was a number of cars that were trying to do that. Kraus has just dropped back a number of places as well. So I think there was a number of cars. There are a few cars out there. Just flicking through the information I have on my screen, there are a few cars that are currently out on dries.
Yes, including the leader. When it is wet.
It is
wet.
peeing it down out there.
It is very moist at the moment.
It really is. It is spectacularly damp out there, and that car seems to be hanging on all right. So I don't know what they've done with their setup, but it seems to be hanging on okay.
I have no idea what they're doing, but kudos to them. You know, still 4 hours 40 minutes to go. I hope we can make some places up and yeah.
Yeah.
But I did just notice we did get hit by Nicholas Kraus. My car just got hit, so I'll be taking a step back and having a look at that. So
yep, fair enough. Enjoy. I was going to say, there looks like a couple of cars are having some interesting pings.
Yeah.
Smith Adams from third is bouncing around all over the place, and the Japanese crew from Yamamoto is bouncing around, but they always do because of where they're logging in from. So enjoy. It looks like have fun with that. I'm assuming you're probably going to be having a look at that and possibly putting a ticket in. And yeah, enjoy, have fun, and we shall see you. Oh, there. That was Charlie. Runs the Formula GT Racing League cars there, and is evidently keeping an eye on what's going on. Then so yeah, that is what's going on. As I say, it is report-based stewarding as and when at this point, so there will be any issues that have happened will be able to be reported, and the stewards will look at it. Charlie has a lot of hats. Wears a lot of hats all at once. He's one of the stewards here. Toga also runs their own league and has a team as well. So they are. It's a very busy bean indeed. As is Barry, who I believe is due to join us at some point this evening. Bobby Possum, Sanger herself driving mistakes turn one. Nothing insane, just got caught out with inconsistency on the brakes. Offline, fair enough. It happens. It's something that happens. It's not. I mean, the weather is The weather is what it is. It's doing what it is. It's... I don't know if this is going to make your life any easier, and it's now saying in half an hour it's going to get less wet. Enjoy, peoples! Yeah. Herzig and Yamamoto are all starting to get onto the tail of Lebu there. Lebu looks to have been a bit of a cork in the bottle. Yamamoto hasn't managed to really make too much of a move. Hello, Daryl. And yeah, Possum. I believe that's Mr. Wilson, isn't it? Got a strong drive for the next stint. Yeah, it looks like they're doing all right. I'm trying to remember which McLaren you're in. That's Kraus, isn't it? Nicholas Kraus, yes. Steadily crawling their way back up the order. Borges and Willamot are the next two cars that you have in front of you in that car, so there is a fair chunk of gap of about 5 seconds to Borges, so enjoy. Afternoon, Lewis Robinson. Afternoon, all SLT 13 and 17. SLT. Simtech Racing, yes, that is Mr. Walsh. And Mr. Peak in 17th for both your cars. Yeah, as I say, we've had Charlie on. He's always willing to chat as well, so always lovely to do that. Yeah, so again, anybody else that is has got the drivers or peeps who want to come and have a chat, I'm here on my own at the moment, so feel free to come and have a chat. We're here, we're chilling. I might have to go and grab a drink in a minute because my throat is getting a bit more annoyed about this, so I may have to step away for a couple of minutes just to do that. But yeah, everybody's doing reasonably well. McGonagall is... yeah, sorry Robson, McGonagall is on your tail. Troy Fraser-McGonagall is the other one of those two drivers in the Stone Cold Racing. I almost want to just call everybody in a Stone Cold Racing car McGonagall, but that's probably a bit mean. As Frenia is... Oh, Frenia's on the tail of Kraus now. That gap was opening up, but that is now Frenia on the back of Kraus. Again, wet conditions, it's easy to make small mistakes that cost you a lot of time. So we'll keep an eye on this one. McGonagall is side by side out turn 1 with Frenia, who has the run down into turn 2. What can be done? McGonagall is on the inside, holds Peak out wide, Peak's on the curb, gets bounced around, and that is McGonagall all through and done. We'll jump back to that battle with Kraus and Frenia. Garage 59 on JP Motorsport. Holding station for now. The gap's just opened up a little bit. I think Frenia went for a bit of a move, didn't quite work out, and now has to make some of that time up. The trick now is not to burn out your tyres. Even in the wet, you can still kill your tyres in the draft of somebody else. The wet tyres work by having not just displacing water, but also essentially boiling it off. They get quite hot naturally. They actually run at quite a high temperature to essentially evaporate the water off the surface of the tyre as well. Which is why you see them start to struggle so much when the track starts to dry out, because they start to really overheat really quickly. However, there is more chance with the weather as it is disgusting out there now. It has definitely stepped up a level on the rain front for this one. I sound very British going on about the weather, but it's being very British. It can't make up its mind. In 30 minutes, it's going to say it's saying it's going to be dry. It's going to ease in 10 minutes from this mess that we currently have, and to, in 30 minutes, potentially be dry. How are people's stints looking? most people are on about half an hour. And I believe it's a 65-minute stint timer. Well, I guess we'll find out what happens then. This might either be the best or the worst possible time. Given the amount, to be fair, given the amount of standing water on the track, it's gonna, comparatively to what we saw at the start of the race, it will take quite a bit longer to get to the same level of tyre shreddingly dry that we saw earlier on. There will be more water offline. As you can see, the amount of water that is now offline, there is a lot of standing water offline that these cars can use to cool their tyres down, that wasn't there at the start of the race. So that's a big bonus for these cars as they sit now. As that is Jordan diving for the pets. Not quite sure what's going on there. Fuel, possibly? Were they... How long have they... No, everybody's been out for like half an hour. Oh, crikey! Our next driver is the community manager for ACC as a whole. Great guy. And have raced with him a few times. Nice! As that looks like Kraus has just run deep on the way into turn 2, and that has let Frenia through. Nice. As that is Davis, who, yeah, as we heard earlier on, is doing a 6-hour race, was due to do the 12-hour, regardless of what this was, and is now doing a 6-hour and then is taking part in the 24-hour later on. Yeah, there are some very dedicated people. I'm not sure I got stamina for that. I'm gonna ignore all of that that's currently going on amongst the stewards. So, yeah, leave that to them. So I don't know what happened. If anybody could let us know why Jordan just pitted for that car. They were in, I'm assuming that was possibly for stint-related things. I don't know. They may have cooked their tyres. They may have had the wrong pressures. I don't know what that was. Walsh and Mars. Thomas Walsh for Simtech Racing there is on the tail of Marcus Mars for Sim RC Pro. So yeah, that's where we are at the moment. Reader from Van Thielen from Smith Adams is your top 3, followed by Ours, Wilmot, Borges, Frenia, Kraus, Lebu, and Yamamoto rounds out the top 10. I say that as Ours gets overtaken by, no, that is Smith Adams' Ping that is having fun there. I was going to say that it gets overtaken, but no, they are not actually together on track. That is a Ping-related incident. As you can see, that is, we shall keep an eye on that one, and hopefully that nothing major comes of that. Herzig, Mars, Wash, Mars. These two as tries to go up the inside. Mercedes gets away probably best out of that one. Spins it, gets it on the go. Very slickly done. Got a little bit lucky there. That looked like Mars Walsh sent it up the inside a little bit too much. Asked a bit too much of that one and didn't. Mars was not expecting to have a car on the inside through there. and contact was made. Sorry, Herzig and Yamamoto are the two cars that are together. It's just with everything else going bouncing around. There is about 18-20 seconds between these two groups of cars. And who is that in front? Torsen. That is Mr. Ches, who is in that one, and they are down. Where's Ches is down in 20th. So 20th in car 18. So yeah, good number. Fun stuff going on there. Smith Adams and Ours are still swapping places, even though there is a lot of time apart. Smith Adams's ping is. So there's evidently somebody in that car is local, i.e. in the UK, and somebody in the UK and Europe, and somebody who is very much not in that car. Because the ping, as you can see on the side, is bouncing around. You see it with Yamamoto, their car is a little bit, because it gives you the both drivers pings, but because they're, obviously that team's tuning in from Japan, which is amazing, by the way. That is going to be, like, as much as it's, like, 5 o'clock in the morning, it's going to be fairly late at night by the time this race ends for them over in Japan. They are, what, 10 hours ahead of us or something like that, so yeah, that's a late shift for those two, for that car. Where is, how many are in that car? Yes, it's just the two of them in that car. So yeah, it's a long run for them tonight. So hopefully they can have a good race. They qualified very well in that car, but they are evidently struggling in these mixed conditions. At this point in time, Lewis Robson, name AC comms comm manager. I have no idea. Instantly, I might actually be able to look this up. There's Will and Ott. No, where's Will? No, it's Kraus. That's the car we want. Who else is in that car? Kraus is currently driving. McConnell and Neiman are the other two drivers in that car, so there are 4 drivers over 6 hours. That makes life nice and easy. That's not a lot of stints that anybody has to do. I don't think it quite works out either. Hey ho. Yeah. This is as we are. Walsh and Mars are back next, occupying the same space again. .420 looks like they're going to end up with a penalty at some point. That is Kraus in that car. That would have been Wilson's probably earlier first incident in that car. Herzig is still on the tail of Yamamoto, but can't quite do anything to really make a move. We saw this from Yamamoto when they were behind Lebeau, who has run away up the road to the tune of about 5 seconds now. But Walsh and Mars are just about to come across the line. Mars is still holding off Walsh, although this looks like that may change. No, Walsh has learnt the lesson from the final corner incident. Comes out basically nibbling the rear diffuser of that car. Walsh, by the end of this stint, will probably be able to draw a very accurate drawing of that rather fetching green, yellow and blue livery on the Mercedes. Can Walsh do anything on the way into turn 2. No, not really. Everybody's rain lights there flashing, wipers going. Mercedes still on the old school 2 wiper setup there. More and more cars moving to 1. Obviously just less stuff, less weight. Yeah, that's... Sorry, I just keep seeing the red and green arrows on the timing screen, and it's Smith Adams' ping being fun. So, that's all good. That is Walsh showing the nose at absolutely every possible point there. I'm trying to see which car that is that's behind them. Oh, that's Van Thielen. Okay, so they are about to get lapped by Van Thielen, who is about a minute or so back, I think, from the leader. They are a really long way back. about 30 seconds, 25, 30 seconds is the gap across the line for Van Thielen. So it's more than a sector that they have, that Reader has on Van Thielen. That car is pulling away, even though it's on dry tyres. That doesn't seem entirely right. That car is going for it as Walsh and Mars are now alongside. They have to. Both cars have to yield. Oh, for Van Thielen. Van Thielen getting very feisty there, going past them. Past those 2 back markers of Mars and Walsh. Mars had every right to be there, but Walsh, Van Thielen was not happy about that. So that will be... that will happen, and I'm sure if they do choose to file a report with the stewards, it will be looked at. They obviously have more options for angles that we can than we can see here. Yeah, pretty straightforward. We've got some. He's streaming it with us at Lewis Robson. Yeah, cool. Yeah, no, it's all good, it's all good. There is... I'm just going to keep an eye on this one. It's about the biggest battle that we have on track at the moment. Reader has run away to, the tune of about 35 seconds. At this point, that car is flying. Yeah, it's this wet and they're on slicks and they're going that fast. What was their last lap time? 32.5. And the next car in the 32s is Smith Adams in the 32.9, and that car is on... also on dries. Van Thielen's on wets. Ours is on dries. Willemot's on wets. Bourget's is wets. Frenier is on wets. Kraus is on wets. 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 Okay. Curiosity? I'm not sure how that is possible. I mean, most people have got more driving skill than we have, so I'm gonna go with that. Kyoki Yamamoto, though, is holding off Herzig. Herzig is just, to some degree, just not quite able to get close enough to the back of that Aston Martin to really make anything stick. I'm going to eat my words and curse the commentator this, and there's going to be... Herzig is just going to send it at some point. Honestly, from how far back they are, it would be a surprise, as Davis is getting out of the way there in that BMW on the pit straight. Chaz is still in the car. 10 minutes is due to get lighter rain. 30 minutes is due to be dry. We still have this level of wet currently, as Herzig is definitely giving that a go. They're definitely forcing Yamamoto to be quite defensive here with that car. Herzig trying around the outside into turn 4 as they start to drop down the hill. Big wiggle for Herzig there. This is literally about the only battle. That has dropped them a long way back, actually. That wiggle and running wide subsequently has dropped them right off the tail. They're almost a second back now from Yamamoto. They're now potentially under fire from starting to be unlapped by Davis, but I don't think that's going to be too big of a deal, as they now have that huge amount of work left to do to catch back up. Ferrari moving around a lot on the brakes. Ooh, that is Kraus. Kraus is off. What happened there? Let's go back and have a look. Was this just turn 1, lit the rears up on the curbs, would be my guess. Goes in, gets up on the curbs, yep, lights the rears up. And into the... Ooh, that was a big conk on the barrier. Ooh, hope that car's not too badly damaged. But... Ugh, I would not like to be hanging on to that. No! It's all good, it's all good. You can recover from it. That was a bit of a clonk on the wall, but I think your car's still running. That's the main thing. The car's still running. You may want to go and check in with your driver and make sure they're okay. Honestly, direct drive wheels these days have got so much grunt. They can genuinely do you a lot of damage. So we shall hopefully they're okay. The Herzig Yamamoto battle. Herzig has definitely got the pace to pull away. Was about half a second faster on that last lap, and again a good almost half a second. I think he's on a G27. Fair enough. 15 seconds of damage. Ooh. It could be worse. It could be a lot worse. I've had accidents there. I've ended up skating across the grass and ended up with 30, 40 seconds worth of damage. So, yeah, it could have been a lot worse. 15 seconds isn't too bad. With the pace and consistency of the field we've got, that might be a bit tricky, but I think you'll be alright. So yeah, this is pretty much the battle that's currently going on. Other drivers that are around, McGonigal, the McGonagals are currently running in 17th. Our leader is out in car 76. Reader is currently out to the tune of 30 seconds from Van Thielen, from Smith Adams. So Aston from 2 Ferraris. Ours in the second of the Aston Martins. In 4th, Wilmot in the other of the Stone Cold Racing cars. In 5th, Borges in 6th, Frenier in 7th. Labu in 8th, Yamamoto in 9th, closely followed by Herzig in 10th, Kraus in 11th, Walsh in 12th, 13th is Mars, Salma is in 14th, Desimir is in 15th, O'Reilly in 16th, McGonagall, as we say, in 17th, Peak in 18th, Davis in 19th, Ches in 20th, Jordan again in the pits with that car. 4 laps down. I don't know what's happening with that car. It's evidently not. Something about it is not happy. It has made... This is its 5th pit stop. If anybody can let us know what's going on with that car, that would be greatly appreciated. Something evidently not good. Whether that's issues... Where those issues are. Where did that list go? I just want to say I'm pretty sure. I want to say Barry should be joining us shortly. I can't remember exactly when so it would be about. I'm just going to double check the spreadsheet. 12:30 till... We've put that in right, it's 12:30 till 2:30, but we shall see. Obviously Barry is, not only does he run the academy team, also runs the, is also one of the stewards and a commentator. So the number of hats that boy has, it's amazing he manages to find time for everything. So, yes. No, okay, it's just me watching that. Keeping an eye on that one. Let's pull that back up. Cool. Right, wonderful. So, yeah, that is how things are. Yamamoto has opted to dive for the pits. They're 59 minutes. Ooh, 10 minutes it's due to be dry. The question is, do you risk it and go on dries and hope for the best, or do you send it on wets and hope you don't have to come into pits again? That's the question. That is the big question. I mean, the Astons, the two Astons that are up in the top 5 are both on dry tyres. So use that information as you will. So yeah, that will be an interesting one. So Yamamoto is the first to pit then, and are evidently out. That was a stint-related pit stop. I'm guessing everybody else isn't going to be too much longer. Mars is going to have to pit this lap. They're on 102 for this one. Mars is down 2 places from where they started. Kraus is up 1, even with that spin that we saw earlier. Big gains. Borges is up 13. Wilmot is held position. Smith Adams is up 4. Van Thielen's up 7. Reader is in the position they started with. Mars crosses the beam with 1 hour, 3 minutes, 27 seconds of a 65-minute stint. So that is, again, everybody's going to be going for it, as Yat Lam Law has jumped into the car there. I am now curious as to what that car has opted for dries. I'm not surprised with the weather is due to do what it is due to do. I think that was a sentence. I am not entirely sure it was a sentence. But that car is hedging its bets on it staying dry, it going dry when it says it does, and then being in the box seat for that. We saw Mars is in the pits. Obviously, Jordan was in the pits very recently. They've made 5 stops. Torsten is on an hour and 55. Plogger has just come out of the pits, and it's all clear there. 55 minutes for peak. Has that just stopped raining? It has just stopped raining. Okay. It has actually stopped raining. The track has gone immediately to damp. It's 22-27 out there, so it's going to dry reasonably quickly, as Law there is having a bit of a wiggle and a bit of a slide. The question is, who now is going to... Well, everybody else has got to pit. Everybody else is on 55, 57 minutes on their stint. So they all have to pit in the next few minutes. The question is, how much is the track going to dry out in this time? Law there having a bit of a wiggle, making some time there. Trying to keep ahead. As we see some wholesale pit stop for Davis and Kraus for that one. So those two are in and stopped. 50. Kraus has bailed 58 minutes, so 58-13 for you might get one more in after this. Desimir might get another one in. It's starting to 59 minutes for Borges as they go for another one. This probably is going to have to be their last in terms of stint time, because this will put them over that hour mark with 65 minutes. That is going to be a tricky one to do any more after this. So yeah, it's just who blinks now. Obviously we know Law's pitted, Davis has just come out, Torsten is down and away. Oh, we're starting to get... I'm wondering if we will get those when people pit. Apparently not. Davis, we still haven't got that one. Peak is That looks like Van Le Chaux now back in that car. That will change over when... Thinking of you, Salma. Okay, lovely. This is a cluster of cars that have all come out together. Smith Adams is in the pits. O'Reilly's in the pits. As we see Frenier in the pits as well. This is very much... The track is still marked as damp. But I'm assuming it is drying very quickly. As we're seeing Borges hasn't gone for another, has gone for another one, and they're 1 hour 1. So they're starting to play a bit fast and loose with their stint timers. As Willamette goes past the hour mark as well. I say that we've just hit the 4 hour to go mark, so 4 1 hour stints. Not the end of the world. Ours is staying out and has just clicked over the hour mark. So they're evidently trying to get as much time out. You can see the dry line that is appearing. Those on wet tyres, you can see them. They're starting to try and move out to try and cool those tyres. There is more wet track available to them at this point in time than there was earlier on in the race. As that is Walsh is in the pits. Who's that's just come out? That was one of the JP car. Garage 59 McLarens. Schwartzman's back in that car. Rejoins in 8th. In amongst that Salma Desimir battle. Wonderful, 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 wonderful. This is Lebu has dived for the pits. Who else is still out there? Borges is 103 now. 103.17, so yeah, I'm assuming they're going to pit. They have to pit because it's a 90-second plus lap, and they do not have 90 seconds worth of. They will barely have a minute left of their pit stop if they cross the line again. Their stint, so they will have to dive for the pits this time by, and yes they do. They opt to stay on the inside of that white line and get into there nicely. 101 for Salma, Lebu, Borges and Willamette are all in the pits now as well. Reader is still out on those slicks. Van Thielen is out in second. Still to make their third pit stop of the race. With only 2 hours gone, they've made 3 pit stops. They will have made 3 pit stops. So Van Thielen diving in now with an hour and just click over the hour and 2 mark. Reader is playing this one fast and loose. They are 102.5 as they go through to the end of Sector 1 into Sector 2 now. They shouldn't go over time. Ours is not in. Ours is just diving into pits now. 104. Oh, that's the closest. Yeah, 104.23, 104. 17, 18, 19, 21, 2, clocks the line of 104.22. So that's really running that one tight. Reader is just trying to get that car turned into the pits. It's being a bit recalcitrant. 1 hour 3, 22, 24, 25. Timmerman's now in that car, taking over from Van Thielen. Ours is in the pits. Reader's in the pits. Oscar Car has pitted and is gonna go through. Yep, and take that position from ours, so that takes them up a position overall. That clicks over to Timmermans now, who is going to jump into that SimRC car. McGonigal is just running out of the pits now. Fuller is in the turn 1 car and is on their way out now. That is Mr. Brandon Fuller who's managed to get into that car. Well done. So that looks like that is everybody has now made their pit stops, and we'll be back out onto Kowalski Funky Cops. That is a heck of a name. Welcome to the race. We've not seen you out. Southcott's taken over from Willamette. Jordan McGonigal has taken over in that car. The other of those cars, we have Ben McConnell. Welcome to the race. Cuss is still out in the Funtech car. Mitchell Sterenberg is out in the BMW. Davis is still in that BMW and will be remaining there until the end of the race. They're going to have to get him out with a crowbar at the end of this. So yes, how does that all now look? Cuss and Law are... Yamamoto is getting... that's in excess... INX Vision E Motorsports car is getting a lot of camera time due to the fact that there are people usually somewhere near where trying to occupy the same piece of track as that car is. As Plogger is back in the Mercedes and chasing down Walsh for 11th. The stewarding looks like it seems to have sorted itself out. I'm sure we will see some penalties will be coming through shortly for that one. Jordan McGonigal is going past Fuller there, and it's on the hunt now for Xavier Lavrost. Rust, but is about 16-17 seconds up the road. It is that colour car that they are chasing down. Unfortunately, it's not that particular Funtech car that they are chasing down. G-League car that they are chasing down. That is the 6th place car that is in front of them. Timmermans, welcome to the race. As I say, you have just got into that car. Lucas Road is in the SimRC car still, and has just... Have they managed to put an entire lap on the entire grid? No, it's about 40 seconds. Sorry, my time screen is doing some slightly funky things because it's a because of where they are. Plogger, Walsh, and Corbin. Chris Corbin in third one. Welcome to the race. The track is now marked as greasy. It should still be dry in 30 minutes. That may or may not be correct. We shall see. That is giving Plogger a chance to get away from Walsh, because Walsh is now very much under fire from Corbin now. Can Corbin send this deep on the brakes, holds it in tight? Car gets a bit of a wiggle. If they got the power down, they'd have been alright. But they can't quite get the power down, and that has left them standing almost completely on the exit of turn 2 there. Definitely trying to come back, although they do have hours in 4th place if they are back. This battle is back markers 2, so if Corbin bides their time a little bit, potentially use hours as that wedge to open the door and get yourself by. But that does require you to stay on the tail of that car in that situation. That's opened up. There's not a huge amount on. Normally it would just be chatting and waffling. I hope chat is happy. I'm hoping the streams are still working. I'm kind of mildly paranoid about all that going horribly wrong at this point in time, because it did earlier. They appear to still be doing so, at least on there, and yes, it is still working. So that is a major bonus. Just having a quick check through Euro Shutter. Toggled a brake change in the... That would explain why you were stopped for so long. Oh, that's not the first time we've come across that either. It's easy done. There is, in the drop-down menu, particularly if you're flicking through that on a wheel, it's quite easy to... Ooh, that was a big wiggle for Walsh, as Xavier Lavrosse now is into the mix with this battle. This has gone from being a two-way fight to a three-way fight for in 12th, 13th and 14th now. Apologies for spying on the general chatter in there. I was just looking for some interestingness that's been going on. There might be a couple of penalties coming through, as Lavroste now has absolutely munched both of these cars. That Ferrari is flying compared to the other two. Lavroste has just in 2 corners taken both Walsh and Lavroste to the cleaners, quite frankly, and is already starting to pull away. So Walsh is going to have to do some work to catch up and try and get back on terms, whilst Corbin is also trying to get back on terms with Lavroste. But Lavroste has started to check out now, well and truly, at a tune of half a second. Very well done. That car evidently very, very happy in the drier, faster conditions. It's 22 degrees air temperature, 27 track temperature. So it is looking fast out there as they're all getting wide, all getting squirrely and a bit sideways over the curbs. So yeah, Lavroste is definitely the one to catch there. Corbin possibly even being the cork in the bottle there, which allowed that whole lot to kick off in the first place, as Walsh is starting to get very much back onto the tail there, closing that gap down. As they go hard on the brakes into turn 2. You can tell the ones that have got automatic wipers versus the ones that haven't, because when it stops raining, the wipers stop, and everybody bar Walsh there, as we can see, still has stopped their wipers, and Walsh is still going. You might need to toggle that off. Road is about 50-ish seconds up the road to Timmermans. So that's very quickly potentially even going to head to a lap before too long, and that will put Road an entire lap ahead of the rest of the field. Ours has lost out to Oscar Car through the last lot of pit stops, and is about 5-6 seconds back from Timmermans. So we shall see how that unfolds, whether that gap gets bigger or smaller. Hello, Chaz. Chaz, I don't wish to be mean. I know you're busy because you are racing, but I know you're one of the mods on Twitch. I think we've got a couple of bots out there if you want to do something about them. I'm sorry, I don't have the ability to use the ban hammer. I hope your stint was good. I hope you were enjoying it out there on track. Spa 24 is currently chaos. Yeah, fair enough, Baz. Carry on. I know you're due to be racing that one. I think you're doing the last bit of the race with Mac from like 7 o'clock in the morning. So appreciate any time you do manage to. But I realise if it is a mess, then feel free to hang on there rather than come and hang out here. It is not a problem. Thank you, Ches, for being on that one. I'm sorry I don't have the ability to use that to do that. I have enough things to keep an eye on at this point in time. This Lavrost, Corbin, Walsh battle. Lavrost hasn't quite managed to check out as much as I was expecting to, compared to how fast they were going, as Walsh runs very wide. The question is that going to start giving people drive-throughs at any point? Because we saw this in the sprint race, is drive-throughs became very, very prevalent as the race wore on, as everybody was pushing as hard as they could. As we have Anderson for Formula GT racing on the tail of Brandon Fuller now. That is Kent Anderson in that 99 Aston Martin, who is up in 17th. I believe that is the best place of the GT cars. Thornton is out in the 18 Aston Martin. Yeah. This is what it is. The Corbin-Lavrost battle hasn't really got any further apart or really any closer. The gaps at the front are running away. It looks like ours may have been recently passed by the leader. Maybe? I'm just trying to make sense of the gaps because some of them are being a bit wonky. Gap to leader. No, not quite. Okay, Schwartzman, by the looks of things. Yeah, Schwartzman has just gone a lap down. So Schwartzman is the first car off the lead lap now. Effectively being 2-point-something seconds back from the leader. Funky Cops is going to be the next on the board there. I think. Corbin and Walsh are side by side. Walsh is going up the inside of Corbin on the run into turn 3? Turn 3, yes. Turn 3. We're going to go with that and hope for the best. And has got that one done. Corbin is trying to push back, but isn't really going to get anything done there. So, well done there. Walsh. Hopefully Walsh can start to pull away. That has opened the gap out to a 2.5 seconds to Lavros now, as these two have been battling. Okay, cool. Thank you. Cheers. Sorry, I know you're racing. It was just, yeah, I can't do anything about them, and I didn't want anybody to end up with a bunch of computer garbage if they ended up clicking on any of the links. So that is that battle. Corbin is starting to pull. Walsh is starting to pull away from Corbin there. Wonderful. That's what today's going to be. So, yeah. That's what it is. I'm going to follow this for a bit. Yeah, so Kowalski Funky Cops is going to be the next car. There is about 6 seconds to the 5 to 6 seconds. It opens and closes over the course of the lap. Is going to be the next car to go a lap down. So yes, Schwartzman is the first car off the lead lap. As the rest of them are coming through now. Oh, awesome. Awesome. I'm assuming Hayden is probably in the car at the moment because he's due to be racing in the 24-hour, so I'm assuming that's that. Marvellous. Number 12 is making a comeback. How far? You are lap 82. You're currently working. The next car in front of you is 86. Send it and see what happens. Awesome. So. Yeah, not to worry then, Chairs. Thanks for trying. It is greatly appreciated. It happens. It happens indeed. Unfortunately, to some degree, it is a little bit of what Twitch is full of at the moment. It is currently full of bots, so our feed is basically bots and chairs. We are almost at halfway mark. We are 3 hours 37 gone. To go. So we have 2 hours 23 gone. Yeah, I guess that's about the best thing you can do. Thank you very much. I am sorry. It is greatly appreciated what you are doing. Yay! lap times are coming down. We're seeing 29s again. What was the 31.1 was that car's best lap? 31.9, 32.5 for Thornton. Thornton, yeah, you might want to get your toe down a bit there, mate. You were over about half a second slower than Davis, and Davis has been out there since this race start. I mean, arguably, actually, that's probably gonna be the best option to some degree. If you've been out there since the start, you're not having to get used to. You've seen the conditions come and go. Anderson on Le Vachaux there, Van Le Show. Apologies for butchering all the names under the sun. Aston on Ferrari. Le Vachaux is Van Le Show. I'm hoping that's right. It's French. You've got a French flag. I'm hoping that's something like. Is that French? I think it's the French flag. I apologise. I know it's a Euro. I am not good with this stuff. Really should get better. Yes, Davis is doing it solo. Started at 5 o'clock in the morning and is also doing the 24 hours of Spa later. Dutch. Thank you. Probably sounds very similar then. I do know a few Dutch people. But yes, that is that gap has opened back out again. I think that might have just been a bit of a moment there for Peter Van Le Show. Holding station ahead of the leader. 6th place is currently still just holding that gap at about 5.5, 6 seconds. In fact, I think it has come out. No, it's about 5 seconds at this point in time. They're both on the same bit of track. But yeah, it's holding out at that distance. Corbin and Walsh now are apparently trying to apply themselves to the same piece of track again as Southcott in the 22 Stone Cold Racing car. Goes through. That brings those two cars closer together as Lavrost is out running away from them as fast as they can. The tune of about 5 seconds there. Apologies, it's just had a bit of a stretch there. Yeah, this is the battle that's... Again, it's these two that have been battling for most of the stint, actually, there. Corbin is starting to get back. Southcott has not got away... Is not getting away quite as quick as you might expect for a car that is as far up the grid as they are from these two. So obviously that BMW does punch a big hole in the air, so managing to hang on to its coattails and hang just into the toe, especially with those Ferraris, is really, really helpful. And then obviously Corbin in the back there, if they can hang on to the back of Walsh's dirt tail, then potentially gets a bit of almost a double draft there. But that gap is coming back out now. It's out to 0.7 of a second, so I think that one is gone and gone up the road. Oscar car is about a second and a half now off the back of Timmermans. They can see them, they can very much see them. So we shall keep an eye on that gap and see how that changes, if at all. Whether that was Timmermans making a mistake or whether that was that is just the raw pace of Oscar car. I think that is Oscar car that is just on raw pace, because that gap has come down by another few tenths and is staying there. So he's staying down. So that looks like that car getting a bit of a second wind now on track. Yeah, comes down, just starts to break that second barrier. That second mark, as we see, that is one of, that was Sterenberg, well done. I'm slightly concerned you're going to drive back into traffic there. Looks like I might have made a little bit of a light brush on the wall there, with that car. I'm sorry, Tim, if I made commentators curse, may have commentated cursed your comeback there. Yeah, that gap is now out to about a second. Oscar car is tearing up behind Timmermans. Timmermans is 0.4 of a second up the road now. The gap. Where are they? They are 30 minutes. Technically, Oscar car is on 4-minute older tyres. So a lap or two's older tyres than Timmermans. Evidently, Oscar car has managed to look after them better than Timmermans has, because that gap is falling and falling fast. It may also just be a bit of fatigue creeping in with one or two of the drivers as well. I am gonna just yeah, what if I do that? Can I do it that way around? Right. Hopefully, if I do this, we can see what's going on and you don't get horrible noises from my steering wheel. Just disconnected it from the power brick, so means the big motors in it will not work. As Oscar car is right on the tail going into turn one. This is the box seat, well and truly, for this one. I'm glad we chose this. As we can see, Oscar car right on the tail here, showing the nose everywhere. Not really flashing the lights, which is, to some degree, there is a bit of a general rule of don't flash your lights too much. Ooh, getting right on the tail. This literally comes down to who's got what in the way of tyres and who's got what in the way of setup between these two cars. They are both the 296 Ferrari. They are both they've both been through the same bit of racing. Oscar car just looking a lot racier. Just not sure where they can get past turns. Not having to go too defensive, but definitely knows that the Noobs R Us car is on its tail. Let's see what this looks like from this view of the Noobs R Us car. Timmermans there just on the tail. Right down, really see what the front end of this, see how close this car gets. We've been looking racy in the bigger braking zones going in, but it looks like Oscar car might have not quite managed to get past when they did, and may have just taken that little bit more life out of the tyres than they intended to, trying to keep up with Timmermans. Not able to do anything here. Sticks the nose in. Can they do anything? This is alongside. No, just can't get the drive on that tighter line. Oh, big send. You're not going to get that stopped. Just about, but loses a whole bunch of time. All that hard work has just gone by having a heck of a send. We're glad we were on board for that one. That was impressive. So yeah, that's going to take another lap or so to come back in terms of time there. So we're going to jump back to the Corbin-Walsh battle because that one is starting to hot up again. It's about half a second between these two cars, and as you can see, not a whole lot between them. So yeah, that gap just coming down on a couple of tenths, a tenth or so as they cross the line. 4.8. Looks like. Schwartzman on the tail. I was gonna say, just looking at the gaps quick, Schwartzman in the Garage 59 McLaren has actually caught back up to the tail of the leader, and may very well start looking at possibly later on into this stint trying to unlap themselves. Now in 30 minutes it's supposed to be peeing it down, well and truly, so all of this hard work to get a nice chunk of rubber and get the track going nice and quickly. 28.1 is the fastest outright for the leader, 28.1 fastest, 29.1 was their last time by. Last time by for Schwartzman, 28.8, 28.2 is their fastest outright for that car. Last time by, Law put down a fastest personal best for that car with a 28.967. But Oscar Car is now, as we are talking about the top of the grid here, Corbin and Walsh have split back up again. Oscar is now back starting to get back on terms with Timmermans. Given the conditions, how are we doing? 36 minutes, so there's about 25-ish minutes. Nothing on the radar in 10 minutes. There's a lot of rain due in 30 minutes. This is going to be interesting. Okay, you can remove the spam messages but can't ban them. Cool, not a problem. Thank you, Chairs. That car is up 13 places. Funky Cops is up 13 places. Turns is up 7. Probably going to swap around because Oscar Car is up 4 and Timmermans looks like they might be about to go down to 6 up and 5 up respectively. Oscar Car alongside on the brakes, definitely able to do something, gets the car turned in, stops it on the apex. Can they get the drive? I think they actually had enough of an overlap that defence on the apex wasn't necessarily needed, as this is going to leave them possibly vulnerable on the outside into turn 3. But no, on the brakes, both of them on the brakes down into turn 3, all clean on the way out. That is well done by Oscar Car in that Noobs R Us Ferrari. They are away. So, question is, what's going to come first? Pit stops or rain? Place your bets, kids. It looks like we are getting a Barry shortly. I don't know if you're talking, but you...
I think I don't know. Okay, I've muted my mic by accident. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon!
Yeah,
It sounds like you're having quite the day.
it's been a bit all over the place. Well, not defense, it's my own fault. I've given myself way too much to do today, so I'm like I'm all over the place frantically. But we're making it work.
Well, come and chill out here for a bit. Come and have some comms. The racing's pretty good. Oscar's just got past Timmermans, and is now up 5 places, and is trying to lap one of the GT Racing. That's car 18. Go putting another lap on them. The Formula
Charlie?
GT Racing League car. Yep. Charlie didn't make that the easiest of lapping situations, especially considering his 2-line astern there that are battling. Hey ho.
How's the racing been? Good?
Good. Weather has been interesting, and it's only about to get more so because the rain is now due in 10 minutes.
Joined at a good
This
time
will be
there.
the 3rd lot of rain we've had this race. It started wet, dried out, got wet, and dried out again. It's about to get wet again.
Had something similar in the 8 hours of Monza a few months ago. That it was like raining every 30 minutes, so
Ugh.
you couldn't put dry tires on because the second it got dry again, it started raining again. So you had to deal with overheating wet tires, which is always fun.
There were a few people that tried to run long on wets, and it didn't really work because it was almost it was about 45 minutes of dry running in the end, but it wasn't that wet to start with, so there wasn't enough standing water on the track to really benefit that. The leader is that is interesting. So Schwartzman has managed to get back past the leader and unlap themselves. However, both of them are catching the 6th place Ferrari of Funky Cops.
That's a great name.
It is. It's absolutely wonderful.
I'm just catching up with what's been happening with race control and whatnot.
Car 12 has had a lot of pit stops.
Oh, that's Mitchell's car. Oh no, have they not been having a good
I'm
time?
not 100% sure that car has. The car has had a lot of time in the pits. It's on. How many are they on? 6 pit stops.
Oh no. Yeah, they are driving the BMW at Red Bull Ring. That is never a good idea. It feels like a boat on most tracks. On this track, it feels like a barge. Like it feels 10 times worse. I tried it for an LFM race. It was awful. I say that was before I got my LFM ban.
Oh, what did you do that for?
I might have done something similar to what Hayden may have done.
How long for?
The same amount of time as Hayden got.
Oh, well done.
My excuse is, I was saying, Hayden probably feels lonely, the only one with a 28-day ban, so I thought I'd join him.
Oh, well done.
Oh no, I accepted the penalty before it happened. I was honestly about too hot-headed at that time. It happens.
Indeed, it does. This is the battle. Schwartzman, Nico Schwartzman in the 276 McLaren is up on the tail of Funky Cops, but Road has been dropping back time-wise.
Is this the Schwartzman's got the move done already? He's already in P6.
Oh hey, I skipped away just for a second to see what happened, see where the leader was, and up the inside, but Cobbs is
right on his bumper though.
who's gonna? I mean, the McLaren isn't amazing on its brakes.
Oh, who's gonna come in? I think Source was gonna hold her on the outside, maybe.
Yeah, Schwartzman's got the drive.
Excellent driving there from the pair of them.
Indeed, very, very good. And that is also no, because that is 472. That's Walsh. Okay, Walsh has dropped back a long way off Corbin. Those two were battling pretty hard, but they have spread out quite a bit now. But this battle, it doesn't seem like it's completely over. Schwartzman is trying to fight back up through the grid. Cobbs is up 12 places from where they started. Schwartzman's down 2.
Ooh. Fair play, getting up. How many places? 12, did you say?
Yeah.
12.
12 places
Very,
in less
very
than
good.
3 hours.
That's very good. Especially at a track like this. It seems easy to overtake on, but it's actually kind
It's
of not.
really not, because none of the braking zones are straightforward.
No, especially the turn 3 one.
Turn 3, it's downhill, and I think slightly off camber.
It's uphill and it's very off camber.
Hang on, turn 3, is this turn 3 if you're looking at the Formula 1 map, or turn 3 if you're looking at the GT map?
GT, turn 3 is the one at the top of the hill. Because turn 2 is the slight left kink up the straight after turn 1.
Oh, I haven't even been counting that as a corner.
Yeah, nobody really does, but unfortunately, you have to count as a corner because officially it is a corner.
Ah, I did not actually know that. Fair enough. So turn
Yeah.
3 where it's, you come across the top of the hill and then you drop. Turn 4 where you drop down.
It's just as tricky because you're downhill, so you
Yeah.
have to get your breaking point.
And
precise.
then, as you are here into 6 and 7, I think it is, at the bottom of the last couple of corners.
So the weird middle sector after turn 4, and you've turn 5 and turn 6, which is the double left-hander,
Yeah.
and then 7's the little right bit, and then the last 2 corners after that.
Oh, right. 7, and then,
Yeah.
so there's 8 and 9 corners technically on this track then.
I think
Fair
it's
enough.
supposed to be 10, but to be honest, it's Rebel Ring. It's basically has about 4 real corners.
Yeah, I think it's technically 10 because there's the chicane they use for Formula 1s. They're not flat out all the way into the hairpin,
Yeah.
slash anything else that uses that layout.
Just
It looks like Cops is starting to drop back a little bit now.
Okay, so after turn 4, you know the way where it sort of turns right before the double left-hander.
Yeah, turn 4's. I thought turn 4 was just really, really long.
Oh, so turn 4 is the bit at the bottom of the hill, and then when you come out of the bottom of the hill, you keep turning sort of slightly right towards the left-hander.
Yeah,
That's apparently also a corner.
I feel like they're clutching at straws here.
Yeah, so basically Rebel Ring has 8 corners and 2 half corners. There you go, you heard it here first.
There we go. So it's got 9 corners total. It's just 2 of them make up 1 total.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, turn 2 is like, it's so optimistic to be a corner. You're barely turning left. But if that's what they want to do, that's what they want to do. I'm not gonna argue with them. Oh yeah, they have the weird moto thing where they do the chicane bit. Yeah, that's strange as well.
I mean, they've got those all over the place at Paul Ricard because the GT2s use one of the middle chicanes on the back straight.
Yeah.
But the GT3s don't. And then I think the Formula 1 cars, I was chatting to my brother a little while ago, I think the Formula 1 cars use one of the chicanes about halfway down the back straight.
They do, but they don't race the Paul Ricard anymore, so...
Well, yeah. Because apparently the French Grand Prix, whilst it's a French name, Grand Prize, they still don't race in France. The FIA is based in France, and there's no French Formula 1 Grand Prix.
Yeah. Paul Ricard was alright. It wasn't a great Grand Prix track, but it was something.
Hmm.
But now there's none, so...
Yeah. 10
It is
minutes,
what it
it's
is.
due to start properly peeing it down. And in half an hour, it's going to get worse.
Oh yeah, mid-rain plus. Yeah, that's gonna be fun. It must be starting to rain. I see Schwartzman's wiper is on.
It must be just starting then. Although, to be fair, a lot of them have, after the start, just haven't turned them off.
That's a fair point. Yeah, that's something I would forget to do.
So at least... I mean, at least you don't have the issue you do IRL when you do that, and it just chews the wiper blade to pieces.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh,
That's something I forget to do.
Sterenberg is in the pits. Stop for 38 seconds they were stopped for. They were 47.26 on that stint.
How long's the stint timer on this?
65.
Unless they're running just 50-minute stints, maybe? I don't see why, but... Maybe they just are. Yeah.
Cruz
I
is
think,
in the pits.
think
I
they're just
am
doing it.
wondering if there is a little bit of rain in the air and people are preemptively pitting. Because Cruz is 48 minutes. They crossed the line at 48 flat, actually.
Yeah, I wouldn't be pitting for wets until it says wet tires optimum.
Oh dear, stop go 30 for Mitchell Sterenberg in car 12.
Oh, Mitchell. Oh, the rain's starting to pour down.
Yep, there he goes, and that's the rain. I mean, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50 seconds stopped for Kuss here in the Ferrari. Not sure why that stop is being so long. That is a minute stopped. So, yeah, the question is, how are people doing? They're 45, 50 minutes. The question is, the track's gone almost immediately to greasy, but it is still 20 degrees air, 24 track. The question is, do you try and hang on for at least the next 10 minutes to the end of the hour on the dry tyre? Apparently not, because Law's just piled for the pits.
If it was me, I would be pitting whenever the wet tire optimum message comes through.
That's fair.
And I imagine it's going to come probably in a couple of minutes' time.
Yeah. Having said that, Road and Ours were both out earlier on in the very, very wet conditions on slicks.
That was brave of them.
And they didn't lose any time.
Fair enough. If you make it work, you make it work. That's a brave thing to do. You see, Law's the only one in the pits. Well, Mitchell's in the pits, so you stop go.
Yeah.
Is he on wets? He is on wets.
Anderson's
in the pits
just
now.
dived in as well.
Law is on wets, yeah. I imagine probably most cars will try and hang out another lap or two before they pit.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, at least the laps here are short, so if you do go one too many, it's not going to take you that much longer.
It's not going to sting just as much.
Yeah, it's not like going one lap too long at the Nords.
Yeah, if you do that, you're cooked.
Yeah. You're having a very bad day very quickly. Cops is now in the pits as well. Law is... Road is still out, but then we knew that car was... Timmermans and Ours. Timmermans is not having a fun time on slicks in the wet. That car is dropping back, has dropped back to this tune of about 5.5, 6 seconds to Oscar car, who passed them a few laps ago.
No, they're not pitting. That's brave.
Neither of them are.
You would pit.
I am wondering if a few of these people are going to try and hold out to the end of the hour. But then the...
Ben McConnell's in.
Yeah. McConnell and Cops. Cops has been in for a bit now. What was the stint timer looking like there?
He's been stopped for nearly a minute. He must have had damage.
Yeah, that looks like damage because it looks like there's been some funkies of penalties not coming through. Or they'll just be added post-race, I don't know. That is looking like more and more wholesale pit stops for a lot more people. Lavrost is in. Southcott, Schwartzman, Road is in. Okay, that'll be an interesting one to keep an eye on, whether they come back out on dries or whether they come back out on wets. I might keep an eye on that one.
I would imagine it'll be wets because it's going to be medium rain plus. And
it was this bad last time round, and they stayed on slicks.
I mean, if the braver man than I am, but fair enough.
I mean, that's the information I had coming up. There may be some desync, there may be some issues with it not coming through, but this is what was coming up on screen in ACC rather than what was coming up on anything else. So, nice pair of number 11s for Schwartzman on the way out of the pits. 37, 38, 39, 40 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 50 seconds. Did somebody accidentally push the button to swap brakes again? There was a car earlier on that did the same thing. I had a long stop because they unintentionally pushed the brake pad swap button.
Unless they accidentally put on the wrong brake pads and have to swap the brake pads. Someone did that in the 6 Hours of Spa last weekend, and that totally wasn't me.
Did you put on brake set 1 when it was supposed to be brake set 2? That was a 118 stop.
That sounds like a brake change.
Yeah, and that is wet.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I forgot to check before we started the race, and 3 hours in, my rear brakes died.
Ooh, less than fun.
25 minutes left on the stint timer. So I had to drive on brakes that were overheating insanely badly on the rear.
Nice. And yes, that car has now gone out onto wet. Oscar car is on wet, but I think they've just done a driver change. No, Oscar car is... Smith Adams is the car, is now in that car. That is on slicks.
That's brave.
Ours is on wet. They've just gone through a timing loop.
Wilmot's on slicks.
Timmermans... Wilmot's still on dries, but I don't think they've pitted.
I think they have, because they changed.
Oh yeah, they have. Because that was Southcott, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So they're on slicks in a BMW.
Brave choice.
Schwartzman's on wet. Burgess is on dry.
Luke Wilson's on slicks as well. Brave man.
Law's on wet. Dietrich is on wet. Desimir's on wet. Robson is on dries. Although I'm not sure if that car's pitted. 32 was the last time stopped.
2 minute stint. So yeah, they've just pit it.
Yes, they have, haven't they? LeBeau is on wet. McGonigal. Peak. Davis. Anderson. Herzig.
Roscolet's on slicks.
Roscolet is on slicks. Welcome to the race the first time you are joining this one. Ches is on wet. Jordan is on wet as well.
Oh, Ches is driving.
Yes.
Good luck, Ches.
Ches is out there. Was briefly in chat giving us a hand because I don't have mod privilege, so was deleting some bots out of chat for us.
Oh, love bots just coming in and ruining the day.
Zahintner is now the driver in the 76 Aston Martin. Oh, looking forward. You're doing stints in the 24 at like weird o'clock tomorrow morning, aren't you? With
I
Matt?
can actually tell you what my stints are. I'm not in the car until 1 a.m. And then I'm doing a double at 1 a.m. to 3 a.m. and then I'm in at 5:30, 7:30, 20 to 10, and I'm doing the final stint.
Oh, nice.
So I have nothing to do today. I've just been getting everything ready for the 24.
Nice. I'm assuming Hayden and others are starting off then.
So I'll be able to tell you. So Davide for my team started, and I think Mac has got on in the car second. So I don't know if they switched it already or not. Ollie for the other team started, and I think Kevin Bakari's taken over from him once they pit, if they haven't already. I think they probably have. Yeah, they have, because it's been over an hour, so they will have pitted by now.
Fair enough.
Yeah, that's it's gonna be interesting. There was some entry list issues and stuff at the start, so it was a little bit chaotic, but we got there in the end.
Well, it wouldn't be a race without it. I haven't looked at that. I've got something that's not going to be done till after this race is finished on the 3D printer.
Yeah, just to keep it an eye. No.
Wet in 30 minutes. It's going to get lighter in 30 minutes, but that's probably not much in the way of... We might have another complete stint of wet weather as Robinson and Lebu are on terms with each other. Robinson gets past Lebu there and is clear, possibly?
I'm not quite looking at that one at this second.
That's alright.
They're still
side by side. Who's got the drive off the corner? That is going to be Jens is going to be on the back foot because Robinson had Jens was all over the curb on the exit after that one, so they didn't get the drive, and that is Robinson through and clear.
Robinson's on the dries against wet tires, and he won that. Fair enough.
Yeah, there's a couple of cars that have been. There's a few cars at various points that have been on slicks in this level of wet. So.
Herzig has got past Davies for P16 as well.
Ooh, nice.
Oh, that livery is so cool. The Funtech Racing QRT livery in P16 is amazing.
Oh, I haven't got that. I've tried resyncing liveries, but it hasn't worked.
It's like a comic book style livery.
Oh, nice.
Oh, that's so cool. I want that livery.
I'm gonna try and redo this stuff as we speak, and then see if anything changes, because it doesn't change until the driver swap.
Yeah, LeBeau is side by side again at turn 3.
Ooh.
Oh, they have a little bit of a door bang, but nothing serious. And they're still side by side.
Still side by side. Who's got the drive? This looks like LeBeau. LeBeau is gonna have the drive on the inside into turn 4.
Yeah, LeBeau might go for the switch back here, actually.
Can't get on the gas. Can't get on the gas. That one works okay in the drive, but if you can't get on the... I think there's just not quite enough traction out there, even on a hot set of wet, to make that one work.
Slick tyres have somehow seemed to have more grip.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure what's going on with that.
Yeah, that's very strange, but I'm not going to question it.
We'll leave that one for the stewards to look at if they decide to.
Yeah, it's all report based, so it'll just be if it gets reported, it'll be looked at.
Yeah.
Yeah, some technical issues this morning. Always fun.
Oh. To some degree, it almost feels like it wouldn't be a Toga event without technical difficulties, especially with commentating.
It happens. To be fair, it's clear I haven't commentated in a little bit, or at least been streaming for a little bit, because I reset my PC a while ago and I still haven't got my OBS reset up. Need to do that some evening.
Yeah.
Just been doing a bunch of different things with the academy and stuff. I've had less time to do commentary.
Oh, I know the feeling. We've been trying to get some practice in, but then because Mac's been busy, it's basically been me, you and Mac and Hayden doing the commentary.
Yeah.
We did have some newbies who did join, but haven't been doing a huge amount. So I think Mac was going to have a chat to them at some point.
I'm not too sure what's going on there, but yeah.
So if you are listening and you are interested in joining the commentary team, it means you end up hanging out with us and chatting, just yapping around on this sort of thing for a bit. We would always welcome the company.
Yeah, I know I'm not just as my talkative self today. I'm recovering from a throat infection.
Ooh.
So just slightly less chipper than normal.
When it rains, it pours for you, doesn't it?
Oh no, I've been like ill 3 times in the last month, and I'm just over it. I wanted to go away.
I know the feeling. We had kidney infection, which was not fun.
Oh, that sounds awful.
Yeah, that one hurt. That hurt a lot.
Yeah, and I had to go to the GP this time because Only throat filling there was a saw in it.
Yeah, this one resulted in us being an A&E.
Oof, I'm glad
Yeah.
you're okay though.
As 472 goes up the inside of 100 on the way into the hairpin at the top of the hill. Managed to hang on to that one. All good so far. So that was Robinson on the bow. Again, they touched through the hairpin on the way down the hill. Turn 4, I think it is. Now, turn 3, turn 4. I'm just going to call it turn 3 because that's what I've been doing all race because it's the only major, it's the third major corner on the track.
That's fair. I only call I call turn 4 just because I've done that much driving on this track that I just know it now.
That's fair. So yeah, LeBou is back ahead of Robinson. That is now the wet starting to prevail over the dries. I wonder if that was an initial bite of the tyres managing to stay hot out of the pits, and now those tyres have cooled off a bit too much and the pressure's dropped away a bit too far. That Ferrari isn't able to hang with the wet shod cars. Was it Ours was the other one in the G League Esports?
Let me see. He's
No,
on
that
wets.
one's on wets. It was Willamot that was on dries. Was the other one further up the grid?
Yeah, brave.
Oh, it was a Hintner and Adams. Adams is Ping is being funny again. Fair enough. I keep swapping places, but they are not.
Yeah, it seems to be pretty. I did watch the start of the race. It looked pretty uneventful at the start, which was pretty nice.
It was nice. It was a nice calm start, which is kind of what you need from one of these. Like I say, it was wet. There was because these teams haven't driven on this track really. Obviously, if they've been doing practice, they would have done. But they haven't driven on this track in anger since last week, and it was dry.
Yeah.
And now it has been a very mixed bag of weather for the last 3 hours. As this Robinson-LeBau battle is still going on, still around about half a second between these two cars. I am wondering if that is just the bite of the slicks now having gone away.
Yeah, I would imagine those slicks of LeBeau's. Is it LeBeau? Yes, LeBeau.
No, it's Robinson is going to be blue beyond belief.
Yeah, those tyres will be incredibly cold.
I mean, if you're able to keep the pressure in them, i.e. you started with like 35, 40 pound in them, and they've come down to pressure, there's half a chance they might not be too bad to drive, but then if it dries out, you're going to be in trouble.
Yeah. At that point, you're gonna overheat beyond belief.
Yeah.
Probably end up with a puncture.
Yeah, much the same though if it goes dry and you're on wets, so...
Yeah, 6 of one, half a dozen of the other kind of thing. Which one do you want to happen?
Yeah.
The rest of it's pretty spread out, to be fair.
Yeah, the rest of the field's pretty spread out. I'm just having a look and seeing who's managing to stay on the lead lap and who isn't. It looks like Law has managed to hook themselves back onto the lead lap, maybe?
I'm not too sure. Let me check.
No, I think they might be the first... no, I think Burgess is off the lead lap. Is the first car off the lead lap, but Schwartzman is still on the lead lap.
Yeah, I think the top 6 are the only cars in the lead lap.
Yeah, and to some degree, it was only just. Schwartzman was off the lead lap and has managed to, at the end of that previous stint, managed to catch back up and get back onto the lead lap. So, very well done.
I will say Willamot is catching Timmermans.
Yeah, I was going to say that car steadily just chipping away at the gap. Having said that, Timmermans has just run very wide on the exit of turn 3. So...
I'm assuming he's on Timmerman's on wets. He is, but he must
Yeah.
be. He must just be struggling with whatever way that car's set up.
Yeah, I think there might be a few cars that are a bit more set up for the wet weather than the dry weather.
Yeah. For an endurance race, I always go for like a middle ground where it will work on both.
Yeah,
Just in
it's
case.
it might be a little bit faster when it's dry, but something that's it's not going to kill you if it gets wet is a very, very good option.
Yeah, exactly.
Or something that is reasonably quick in the wet, but still not going to be a complete barge to drive in the dry.
Yeah. It's just about finding that balance, really.
Yeah, I think
Well,
one or
that's
two
gonna
cars
fly, yeah.
may have found that a bit better. Timmermans is now starting to be under quite a bit of pressure. Robinson and LeBau are still. Well, Robinson is just about hanging on to the back of LeBau. Now it's not, the gap's not really coming out, but it's not really getting any closer. It's hovering around that half-second mark, whereas Willamot, yeah, it is Willamot, is in that car and is very much staying on pace with Timmermans, although Timmermans goes very deep, gets a bit of a wonky line, and that has left the door open for Willamot to go up the inside. Very nicely done.
Yeah, it just drives past him there, essentially.
Yeah.
Well done. Very good at capitalising on the mistake there.
Very well done. And that's that done. That's that
That's
battle.
Willamot on to P4.
Yeah.
Nicely done by them.
Where did they start? They didn't start that high up. Oh no, they're now up one place. Timmermans has dropped down, considering at one point they were in second. They are now down in fifth, so they've dropped a good few.
Yeah, that has to be a
Smith Adams.
setup issue.
Yeah,
If they're rolling the wet tires and they're still struggling.
Smith Adams is currently driving with a lower wing setup and keeping up with P1. By the way, he started in P8. Yeah, that follows. Smith Adams is up 5 places. So started P6. P6, P7. But yeah, he is hanging on there. I mean, the Ferrari has a lot of underbody aero. So
It does.
running a lower wing isn't necessarily the worst thing if you can keep the average speed up to keep the underside working.
Yeah, the problem with the Ferrari is if you get any damage on it, you've just basically got no aero left.
Yeah, that front end does a huge amount for shoving air in and around the relevant places around the car that it needs it.
Yeah, any front end damage, just you could kiss bye-bye to your aero. It's an interesting. Same with the McLaren in that regard.
Yeah, McLaren is they're both very high aero cars. Often the mid-engine cars are. Having said that, I think it's one of the reasons we like Lambo is it's a mid-engine car, but it's not a high aero car.
Yeah, you're right.
So it drives a bit more like a front-engine car, in that if you're just a bit done with it, it'll understeer rather than try and eat you by throwing the tail around.
Yeah.
But it's not so reliant on its aero. Probably because it weighs nothing, much like the Porsche. It doesn't need a huge amount of aero because it just doesn't weigh anything, so there's nothing to stick to the road.
Oh, this is interesting. Menro, Smith Adams is currently driving with a lower wing setup and keeping up with P1. By the way, he started in P8.
Yeah, that's what we were just commenting on.
Yeah, that is... Yeah, it's good confirmation that they're running a lower wing setup.
I'm assuming that involves you running a lower rake setup than others, as Robinson and LeBau are battling it out. LeBau, I think I've called them both over the course of this race. Robinson is just about hanging with. Again, I think it's that slick bite that they had early on is they're now driving around with effectively lumps of wood for tyres.
Yeah, pretty much. May as well just stick 2 ice blocks or 4 ice blocks to the car at that point. They're doing impressive work considering they're on the slick tires.
Yeah,
And that track looks very soggy.
It's marked as wet, but you can see the standing water on it. But then the temperatures are still kind of high. It's 20 and 22 degrees, respectively, for air and track. So it's not that bad temperature-wise.
Yeah,
So if you are
they're still
running
quite high.
online, there's half a chance you might still keep some temperature in the tyres. J Cubbage. Noobs Are Us. Go Noobs Are Us. Go. Where are Noobs Are Us? That's the Timmerman's car, isn't it? No, that is...
That's Smith Adams a P2.
That is the Smith Adams car. Sorry, I was getting slightly lost. Yes. Indeed, they are up in second.
Yeah, doing a great job.
Schwartzman Timmerman's battle is possibly going to pick up. Schwartzman is down, hovering around the 0.6, 0.7 second mark. Robinson Lebu battle hasn't really changed. I think it's the case that thanks to Toe, Robinson is able to keep up. I think that might be about it at this point, is they're just able to stay close enough that they're in the toe of that car, and that's about all that's keeping them that close.
Yeah.
Because you're going to be running a lot of traction control and a lot of ABS in that car.
Let's have a look. I can check. They're running 6 TC, 3 ABS.
Yeah.
In the Ferrari, that's kind of normal.
Fair enough.
Because I think even on like Bone Dry, you're running like 5 TC. Because whatever way the car's set up, it's so strange.
Fair enough.
I don't actually know the reason for it, but that's just the way it's always been. I've always seen it.
Fair enough. I think it might just be the way the turbos work, is it just needs something to not kill itself.
Potentially. Yeah, I think Robinson, he just hasn't got the pace to make an attack, but he can just about hold on.
Yeah, I think that might be the case, as Schwartzman is closing in on Timmermans. Timmermans is going backwards in these wetter conditions.
So yeah, seems to be struggling with that Ferrari.
Yeah, was climbing earlier in the previously with the wet and then the dry conditions earlier on, but is really struggling through these wet conditions.
Am I reading this right? He's running 4 TC, 1 ABS in the wet. That's...
But then if you've got a compliant enough chassis, if you've managed to get the suspension compliant enough...
I'm assuming that he's just got a bunch of wheel spin. Especially with ABS 1 in the wet, like, I don't think that's actually possible to do well.
I mean, it's not...
ABS.
I'm just watching the trace, and actually isn't going to full throttle in that car. Oh no, I'm looking at Schwartzman. Schwartzman's not even going to full throttle, I don't think. Timmermans... TC4...
And the Ferrari, I'm pretty sure lower than 5 isn't good. I may be wrong on that, by the way, so feel free to correct me, anyone who is listening.
Yeah. I've never really driven. Oh, Schwartzman goes for a move. That is actually quite interesting watching Timmermans brake trace. I think they're getting away with it because they're able to threshold brake.
Yeah. Potentially, if it's working for them, fair enough.
Yeah, more power to you. They've got 51.8 brake bias forward.
Yeah, I think the Ferrari normally runs around like 55 brake bias. But I think you always run further back your brake bias the wetter it is. I mean, at least that's my rule of thumb for the Porsche anyway. And I'm pretty sure the BMW does the same, I'm pretty sure. So it might be a rule of thumb to just lower your brake bias the wetter it gets, so that you're not
locking up the front end.
Yeah, you're not waiting for the front end to lock itself up.
Fair.
You know,
Either way,
your end slow you down.
has now lost out to Schwartzman.
Yeah.
Timmermans is being... I think the best way I can describe it is tentative and sensitive on the throttle. I think that might be how they're making it work, is by having very, very good throttle control, which arguably is actually a good thing generally. It's not the worst way of driving, it's a good way of being able to be good on tyres and things like that, so that may be why that car was quick in the dry as well. So,
yeah. It's, you know, I'm honestly, from my personal opinion, I'm shocked they're still making it work, but, you know, they are probably far better drivers than I am, so not one to argue.
yeah, I just dropped back to this Jens Lebau battle, Robinson battle, and it's much the same. It's not really changed. I'm trying to see which car that is that's behind. I haven't seen which number it is, or a tag on the roof. I just want my seat to arrive, and then I can put my rig together.
It's Herzig at P16 that's behind them.
Herzig. Okay, so they are a lap down? I presume so.
But they were faster than both Lebau and Robinson last lap. So just wondering, are they liking the wetter conditions more?
Quite possibly. Herzig, what they've got? Do they look like? Basic. 6TC, 1 ABS, 50% brake bias on Herzig's car.
Interesting.
I mean, to some degree I can understand the still running quite low ABS, because if you're able to threshold brake, you might end up doing a slightly better job when it's wet than the ABS will, because the ABS will potentially start to get a little bit, start to struggle in the wet weather.
Yeah. That's why I normally knock the TC up at least 1, depending on how wet it is. And that normally solves the problem.
Yeah, but the ABS is what's the lowest on that one by a long way.
Yeah.
So,
just interesting different ways of doing it.
Yeah, oh, definitely. As I say, to some degree it's one of the things that makes what is basically the Orica Cup now with LMP2 interesting, is that you have so many different setups for the same car.
Yeah. There's quite a few different approaches taken to this, which is really cool.
Yeah.
We'd love to see it.
Timmermans. Timmermans is just dropping back on Schwartzman, hovering around the second gap now. Smith Adams in that Noobs R Us car is flying. Is keeping up. Last time by 33.937 for them. Zahintner 33 is 632. How's the weather doing? 30 minutes is due to be dry. They've got 20. They're 27 minutes into a stint.
Someone's died.
Oh no!
Oh, Tim Jordan. P21 had a spin at the last corner.
Oh dear.
Unfortunate with the BM there.
Kept it out of the barrier?
No, unfortunately not.
Oh, that's going to be an unhappy car.
Yeah, the front of the BM looks like it's seen better days.
That might have been pre-existing.
I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure they hit the wall there in that spin.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
So
I know there was one of the BMs for that crew. Was that? The other two are Astons, aren't they? Must have been that one that picked up a little bit of damage earlier on as well. From something, I can't remember exactly what it was.
Yeah.
We were on board for an absolutely cracking one earlier. It was Ozkakar on Timmermans. Coming into on the brakes down into turn 3, Ozkakar just sent it. absolutely sent it. Couldn't make it stick, but well played for both of them for not making contact.
Yeah, no, turn 3 is really, really cool for watching some great overtakes and great battles. As you both well know, me versus Luke Wilson here once upon a time.
Yes, that was a fantastic battle to watch.
That was
being sat in the commentary box for that one was so much fun. Just watching both of you, just like, hang on, when are you gonna pit? What are you doing? Adams' ping is going funky again. Wonderful.
It's why Red Bull is my favorite track, especially with the Porsche, because it's so much quicker than people expect it to be.
Incidentally, we saw there's been an update come through for ACC, and we did notice that the Lambo, because we were trying to get some screenshots and bits and pieces, can now get 5 degrees of camber both ends at this track.
Ooh. That may make a bit of a difference.
Oh yeah, it makes a huge difference. You can properly lob the car around. Like, I was barely trying. I was within half a second of a PB with high fuel. With half a tank of fuel in the car.
I'll have to give that a try then.
Oh, it's great fun. It's really good fun.
I like the Lambo. It's fun. I just don't drive it as much as maybe I should.
I feel like it's a reasonable balance between the kind of big boatiness of the bigger front engine cars. But it's not got the I'm a rear end, mid or rear end. Ooh, Jordan getting a big twitch through the infield there. It was it doesn't have the I'm going to kill you, I'm mid or rear engine car, but it's not got the I'm never going to turn in of a front engine car.
Yeah, no, it's a fun car to drive and it sounds great. So at some point I'm gonna.
I mean, honestly, we pretty much use it because it looks and sounds like a proper supercar. Like, it's a 5-litre V10 and it just sounds nuts.
Yeah.
Although, have you heard what the engine is in the replacement for that car?
Is that the Revolto?
I think so. It has a 10,000 RPM 4-litre twin-turbo V8.
I've seen pictures of the Revolto, but I've never actually listened to the engine sound of it yet.
I have not. I don't know if they have released anything of that. That's just from the specs. They also are doing a 10,000 RPM V10 as well.
Lamborghini, I think the Revolto has been released. I think people have one.
Fair enough.
One moment.
But yes, it is. Again, they've just gone because they haven't got to work. They aren't being given stuff by Audi because the R8's no longer a thing.
Yeah.
They're basically discontinuing the R8, so they don't have to use their V10. They were allowed to develop their own thing. So they did Lambo things and went mad.
It's not the Revolto. The Revolto's got a 6.5-litre V12.
Yeah, I thought that was the replacement for the Aventador.
It's the replacement for the Huracan, is it not?
No, that'll be the replacement for the Aventador, because the Aventador is the current V12 chassis. That was the replacement for the Murcielago.
Huracan replacement. Oh, Temerario? Is that how you say that?
Maybe. That sounds about right. But yeah, there's 2 engine options on it, and it's got either a 10 grand V10 or a 10 grand V8. I think the V8 is probably going to be the GT3 engine, because the price between the two of them, it makes more sense to have the V10 because it just sounds better.
Let me see, is there a thing for it? I'm trying to see if there's any release stuff for when it's coming out.
I'm just flicking around through cars, so if in chat there is anybody you would like to hear about what is going on, do let us know, and I will find them on car 78. Car 78. Where's 78? 78, 78. Smith Adams. That is the Noobs R Us car. Yes. Currently in second. Doing very well. Keeping reasonably on, a little bit behind on time, but reasonably on check with the leaders. Last time by was a 33.7. Zahintner 76 went through on a 32.8. So reasonably within check. There's about a second between them on that last lap, but their fastest lap overall was 29.0 versus 28.1 for the leaders. So when it gets dry, they're definitely able to keep up. But in the wet, they're a little bit struggling. 10 minutes it's going to be easing off on rain, and in 30 minutes it's going to be dry. So how are we doing on stint time? We're going to be getting close. 35 minutes. They've got 25 minutes of running left. Place your bets. Is it going to be dry by the time they come round for a next pit stop, or is it going to get dry before then or after then?
It's probably going to be dry enough for slicks before then.
Yeah. Answers on a postcard. Feel free to jump in chat and chuck what you think. I don't know how to do polls, otherwise I would. But yes, as we're here and we've been here for 3.5 hours now. Like, subscribe, share, etc. All the usual YouTube stuff. Poke fun at us in the comments. You know what to do.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, sorry, I keep muting myself to cough and fart myself out.
No, it's all good. We've been making all sorts of funky noises.
Nobody wants to hear me cough at the moment because it sounds like I'm dying.
You sound like a 40 a day.
That's generally what it sounds like. But it's all good. I'm slowly recovering.
Yeah, it happens. It happens.
I think. I hope. A friend asked if I had my tonsils removed yet, and I said no, and they were like, "Yeah, that's probably why you're constantly getting sick with your throat." I'm like,
"Yeah, that might be a thing that you need to. Yeah. Hey, at least you're getting an excuse for eating a lot of ice cream then."
Yeah, that's true. I might get a couple of days off work.
Yeah.
Whenever I get better, I might have to talk to the GP about it.
Yeah, and go, "I keep getting ill. Please, is there anything we can do about this?"
Yeah, no, I had COVID a month ago, and then I had another throat problem a couple of weeks ago.
COVID some of the most recent variants of COVID have been fun because they've been they do funky things to your immune system as well, so that might be part of the reason.
Yeah, probably.
And it knocks your immune system out really hard.
Yeah, no, I had COVID a month ago, and it was probably by far the worst bout of it I had.
Dietrich in the Sim RC car is doing alright. They're sat in 10th. Actually, where they qualified that car, so they're doing alright. Big Movers Bourges is up 12 places from where they started.
Very impressive.
Turn 1, I've just realised this, Rochette, that was the car that had Salma in it earlier on, Turn 1 720 Evo. You've not had a fun time, you're down 11 places from where you started.
Oh, a difficult race.
Yeah. That car was doing alright earlier on. I was wondering why I hadn't seen it, and it's disappeared down the order. It is...
Robinson and Lebao are side by side in turn 4.
Ooh.
Oh, no, that's a door bang.
Ooh, door bang, and Lebao stays ahead.
Yeah.
Well, that might be something for the stewards to deal with.
Yeah. Looks like Lebao might be starting to come back a little bit if the rain's starting to ease off.
Yeah, it's due to ease off. It's definitely been getting there. I might step away for a second and go and grab a drink.
Yeah,
possibly
no worries.
A quick snack, because I have... Amazingly, my partner made us an omelette before we started this, but that was many, many, many hours ago.
Yeah, no,
So,
that's fair. Step away.
I'm going to go and grab a drink whilst you're around, and I'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Yeah, no worries. Take your time. Alright, now it's just me. That's always fun. I just yab a lot, so I'll fill in the time somehow, somewhere, some way. Let me just grab. Yeah. The only real battle on every car is quite spread out at the moment. The only real battle happening on track is between Lebao and Robinson. Lebao is actually. Hang on, was Lebao was in front. He has been in front. Sorry, my brain's just cooked today, apparently. Lebao is just about holding on to P12. Robinson is nearly pushing him around some of the corners, just trying to get him to either make a mistake or just to find that little bit of opening, just to bounce, make a move through and try and overtake. Not quite sure if and when that's going to happen. I think the more the rain eases off here, the sooner that will be. Just obviously once the slick tires start to become a bit more optimal. After the rain, it's going to be interesting to see what happens, because I think Robinson has played a bit of a blinder here, sticking with the dry tires, because he's been able to keep up with Lebao, and now the second it gets dry, Lebao's tires will overheat, and he will have a free reign of overtaking. Although Robinson's away over across the thing there. The track on the dries, maybe just to get a bit of clean air for a second. Apologies, coughing, always fun. Now let me have a look. It says the leader's a minute 40 ahead of P2, but I don't think that's right. Yeah, it's coming straight back down again. I don't quite know what the gap is now. The gap is 13 seconds, give or take. So it's slowly creeping up a little bit, but number 78 has did a great job up there, trying their best to hold on. But they've got a good gap to P3. I think they got what is about 15 seconds, 16 seconds. So doing a really good job, just in a nice bit of free air to just run their race as they need to. So great job there. As the current fastest lap in the rain has been, with no coincidence there, P1. Has done a 32.3 in the rain, which is pretty impressive. For the rain, because it's, the wet weather does add a lot to your time for the lap. Yeah, let's have a look. Yeah, Robinson's still staring at the back of Lebao's Ferrari. Gonna be staring at it for quite a while. Could probably draw a pretty good picture of the rear end of that Ferrari. Sorry, just having a little bit of a cough a minute ago, still recovering from that. But, it's all good. This has been an interesting race for sure. Oh, as Robinson had a little bit of a look up the inside there. Chose to not send it. Probably wise, especially in the wet weather. As you can see on, I don't know if you can actually see it, but it's going to be, the rain is going to stop in 10 minutes. Which is good. That's going to be good for anyone on the dries, especially if it does. It's probably not going to fully dry out by the time the pit stops come, so it depends how much running they get whenever it's dry tires out when the dry line forms, whether the dry runners will get that extra little bit. As the highest running dry tire runner is, I believe, Grab Willamot. And P4. Actually, no, Smith Adams is running in slicks as well. Sorry, I forgot about that. Yeah, them two are running amazing races. I'm not quite sure how they're doing it. They're wizardry over here. But I'm not going to question it. They're doing a great job. Where is... Oh, as Labau and Robinson are side by side once again. Robinson going around the outside. Not going to make it work there. Labau's just holding him off, but Robinson's going to have the outside line in turn 5, or at least a sniff of the outside line. Isn't going to get it, is trying to switch it into the inside. It's getting very close. I think Robinson's getting a little bit frustrated having to hang on to the back of Labau like that. As you can just see, maybe a little bit of lag there from Labau's car, moving back and forward a little bit. But as you can see, Robinson's just keeping with him. Doing a fantastic job. What else? Yeah, these two are really going it for that P12 position. Yeah, Robinson just needs to find his opening, either force Labau into a mistake or just find an opening to go for it and have a better move. Until then, he's just going to be staring at that blinking rain light. Oh, as Labau goes incredibly deep, he actually runs onto the gravel. And that's going to be position for Robinson. Robinson's going to take P12. And Labau is down to P13. He's lost 2.5 seconds there because of that. Oh, that was all Robinson needed, was that little mistake coming through, and that was the position gained. Very good patience and incredible patience from Lewis Robinson there in that Simtek Ferrari. Which I just noticed Guido's on the front of the bonnet. That's great. It's a great livery. We love to see it. So anything else happening on track? I don't actually see anything else happening on track. As Robinson is now looking to try and catch Demesure, the 911 Ferrari in P11, coincidentally. There's 7 seconds to that car. Demesure is also about 7 seconds to Dietrich in P10 in the Mercedes. So these 3 cars are going to be having to try and battle it out for the top 10. It's going to get quite spicy, I think, as I believe Law is the next car that's going to be lapped. As you can see, Law in P8. The leader is 1.5 behind for lapping him, so Law is the last car on the lead lap. Or... no, hang on, only the top 4 on the lead lap. Law's about to be lapped again, sorry. My mistake, I didn't... the top 5 are on the lead lap, and that is it, I think. Oh, my race control is having a moment? What's happened? Okay, no, positions have returned. The top 6 will switch positions on my race control for a second.
Yeah, it's Smith Adams' ping, or somebody in that car's ping, is a little bit interesting.
Yeah.
So occasionally it will have a bit of a fit.
Yeah, it had a little fit, but we're all good now.
Yeah.
You missed out on it. Robinson got Labau eventually.
I came back and you were just saying about it very briefly. Yeah. I was just finishing off a wrap with some melted cheese in it, which was very tasty.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, my partner, mildly lactose intolerant, but my partner managed to find it goat cheese Gouda, and it's amazing.
Ooh. It does sound pretty good, actually. Sorry, big stretch.
It's all good.
I'm still waking up. It's a Saturday after all.
Yeah, I was gonna say I would have normally only been up for a couple of hours by this point on a weekend.
Yeah.
But we do it because it's a lot of fun and we like chatting to you lot.
Yeah.
And honestly, just massive racing fans.
Yeah.
I get to sit here and watch some pretty dang good racing for 6 hours and chat to you lot who are lovely. Honestly, motorsport is probably... The motorsport community as a general has probably been the most friendly community we have ever come across.
Yeah, absolutely.
Certainly the endurance and GT side of things.
Oh yeah, no, it's just great to commentate on, watch, drive, all that sort of thing.
Yeah.
I've also noticed the F1 qualifying is going to begin very soon. I'm very excited.
Ooh. The question is, have McLaren gone over their budget? They have brought a lot of upgrades, but have they gone over their budget?
Maybe not. We'll find out.
I mean, who cares? It doesn't sound like you get much of a reprimand for it anyway.
Yeah. You know, Red Bull spent too much on their catering expenses, and they got basically nothing. But you know, it is what it is. It's the FIA after all. They're always great at that.
Yeah.
I've also noticed on the 24 Hours of Spa, I put in a couple of reports and they haven't been reviewed yet. And that was quite a while ago.
Well, it depends on how many people are actually doing stewarding / the number of... I mean, it's Spa.
Yeah, that's true. To be fair, I haven't seen what's been happening for the last, hour and a bit, so...
Yeah, the answer there is it's probably a case that either people are being particularly petty, which is, you know, something that occasionally happens.
Yeah. Oh, it'll always happen.
Oh, it's Tim Williams in that battle. That's who it is. So yeah, Ches is just being lapped by Timmermans and Dietrich. By the looks of things.
Nice.
Jordan's is in the pits. Has it stopped raining? It has.
Yeah, it has. I was just about to say that.
I was just looking at the sky going, there's not odd things going on with pixels.
It says the track is damp, but the only thing that looks damp is the curbs. The track actually looks quite dry.
There might still be a little bit of spray, but it stays saying it's damp for quite a while.
There's a tiny bit of spray, but not a lot.
Yeah, I think it's mostly offline, so that is going to be... Oh, crikey, you've got 13 minutes left of this hour. What are people doing on stints? I mean, a lot of them have got about 5 to 7 minutes left on their stints.
Yeah.
So if you can hang on and find enough dry track, I would hang on to the wet.
Yeah.
I don't think it's entirely worth pitting with that small amount of time, because especially because with this much time to the end now, you are going to have to start thinking about your last stint, because we're 2 hours 12 from the end, so you want to try and run as close to 2 hours to go as you can, because with 2 65-minute stints to go, you'd have to run. You may risk at the end having to run down the pit lane and give yourself a drive-through.
Yeah, it's going to be close. You're better taking the slight pain now to stop.
Later. I mean, if you can pull the car out for the full 12 minutes, amazing. But if you can hang on, well, you won't be able to hang on for that long. But if you can pull this out to the very, very last seconds of your stint, I think that, and you do that on the next one, I think you've got half a chance.
Yeah.
Weather being the factor there.
Oh, absolutely.
Because assuming it doesn't end up going wet halfway through the next stint, at which point you're basically fine.
Absolutely. If it gets wet again, that's going to make it quite interesting.
Yeah, we seem to have had dry, wet-ish. I mean, the first hour was a bit wonky, and then it's pretty much just been wet, dry per stint, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Peak is in the pits. They should be down and away very shortly. 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 4, 5. Ooh, this is starting to get a bit long. And they're down and away. 36 seconds.
Must have missed a break in their pit box.
Possibly.
That happens.
Yeah. Especially at this point in the race. Ooh.
Yeah, it's very easy to lose a slight bit of...
yeah, you have to kind of shuffle yourself forwards or backwards.
It's always fun.
As that is... They've come out alongside Willamot, but they are down in 16th. And that is Lava Show now in that car. And Willamot was one of the cars on slicks, wasn't it? Yes. They managed to keep it out of the wall. To start with.
Sure, Smith Adams at P2 is also on slicks. Somehow.
Yeah.
No, really doing a great job.
When was their last stint? 55 minutes ago. Wow. Fair enough. They have been running through the wet and the dry, wet on the slicks. That would explain the lap time difference, being a second or so, but it hasn't really caused them to drop off the lead lap. They're about a minute back.
No, they're not a minute back. That's just race control. If you look, it's
yeah, it does funky things
down.
as their ping just sends them to the pits and back.
Yeah, it's strange. The actual gap, I think, is like under 20. Yeah, it is. It's like 18.
It goes funky when they go, if they've been, when they cross the line, because Willamot gets the same thing. Willamot's only a couple of seconds now behind ours.
Ours, yeah. Hunter Davies is in the pits as well for P17.
Okay, they're doing this as a solo entry, so...
Oh, is he?
Yep.
Play too.
And he's also not only is he doing a solo 6 hour, he's also doing some stints in the 24 for Formula GT as well.
Is he?
Yep. We had Charlie on earlier.
Oh, fair enough.
So
I didn't realise he was doing...
He is glutton for punishment, well and truly there.
Yeah.
Shares his dive for the pits.
Oh, he is. Yeah, he is. I didn't realise he was. There you go. I've just clearly forgotten.
Herzig is also in the pits now as well. How are we on stint times? Ooh, Herzig had to pit. That was 1:01. They hit the pits. They could have gone for another one. But that is dicey. Starts getting a bit dicey once you go past the hour mark. Your Law is 1:01 as well. They are just coming to the end of Sector 1, so this will probably be their last lap. I think almost has to be, because it's about 90 seconds a lap. Wilson's in the pits for JP Motorsport. Smith Adams is in the pits as well. Schwartzman stays out, Willamot stays out, Ours stays out, Zahintner stays out. Bourges is on an hour. Law is 1:02 now, coming down out of the infield section. And is, I I'm assuming going to go to the pits because they're 102 now. No, they're going for another one. 102.24 as they cross the line. Was there?
Yeah, they'll be able to finish the lap and get in.
Yeah, they'll get in on this one. I say, once you start getting past that 101 mark, it starts to get dicey if you have any problems.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Bourgeois. But I can see why you would, because if you there's a chance now by going beyond that, going that extra lap puts you around the 205 mark to go once you come out of the pits. 204, 205. So you don't. If you maximise your next stint, you've got leeway in the last.
Yeah. No, I get that. Yeah. Right, let me see.
As McGonagall is...
Jordan's going into the pits. Oh, they've only been on their stint for 6 minutes.
Yeah, I don't entirely know. That car's been in and out of the pits 11 times so far this race.
They've been having a difficult race.
Yeah,
Well, they're both academy drivers. You know, it is what it is.
Yeah. McGonagall, Anderson is in as well.
Oh, Charlie's back out in the car.
Law is in at last. They crossed the line with 103.57. We had a 104.20 something, 104.30 something earlier on.
Really playing a fine.
Yeah, I mean, I don't blame people for doing that. Like, that is
law pitting with 103.57. I think you just said that, actually. Now that I think about it, my brain's just not playing ball with me at the minute.
It's fine. We're kind of a bit more in tune with this because...
You've been watching the whole thing?
Yeah. Very happy with... Thank you, Wilson. Very happy with that stint. 0 wing setup and catching everyone but P1. Oh, fair play!
Doing a bang-up job on that McLaren.
Yeah. No rear wing and hope for the best. I'm assuming that car is just on the deck in terms of ride height.
Yeah. I'm assuming, look, you're glad there wasn't a Porsche in front of you this time?
Ours is in the pits for G League. That car's gone back a little bit over the course of the race. Oscar car is back in the Noobs R Us car. Anybody from Noobs R Us, feel free to correct us. That was... Which car was that pointing the wrong way? That was 102 Acilia Patelia Sharp. I'm gonna hope that I have not completely butchered that and probably just go with Sharp for your name, because I'm not going to try and butcher that one again. You were not pointing the right direction earlier on.
Never good.
Came out of turn 1.
Luke realised it's me. Hey, Luke.
Yeah, we've kept barrier this side of things to make your life easier.
Yeah, that's it.
Nothing to do with the fact that you're doing you're racing other stuff later.
24 hours of spa later.
Yeah, I wonder if that's one of the reasons. That's rather cool. It's both the Simtech Racing... No, not the Simtech. G League Ferraris running down the pit lane together. That's a rather lovely shot. I do like that yellow and white livery. It's quite nice. You've got O'Neiman in the... Olav Neiman.
Look, that's such a great vote of confidence there. I like that. Well, we'll have to assess that and just keep an eye for when... your words, not mine, by the way, that when it hits the wall.
I take it that he is a bit of a loose cannon then in the car.
It's going to be interesting to see. If he keeps it as a rocket ship, it'll be very interesting.
You are at least one lap down.
Yeah, I think everyone other than the top 5 is a lap down.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if they are 2 laps down. No, I think they're only 1.
I think P15 is 2 laps down.
Ooh,
No,
103.
hang on. Well, the leader's just paying now, but actually, Luke's car is 2 laps down.
Oof, fair enough.
But the leader's in the pits, so that might go back down to 1.
Yeah.
After all the pit stops are said and done.
Bit of a good one here for longest stint so far, I think. 104.24. They crossed the line. That was for Dietrich in the that's now driven by Mars.
Very nice.
Cops is still in the cart for G-League. Yamamoto's back in the cart for NIX Vision E Motorsports. Frederick De Bauer for Sim Racing Belgium is in the number 6 car. No, number 14 car in 6th. It's fine, it's not like we've got a 911 that's a Ferrari, a car number 911 that's not a Porsche.
Yeah. That has to be a crime of some sort. I'm only kidding.
So yeah, Mercedes running. Interesting that there haven't been any Mustangs, although with the potential for wet weather, I'm not surprised. We also third track limit, so yeah, I'm starting to wonder how many, with the changeable conditions, how many people are on track limits.
That's a good point, actually.
It's amazingly, I don't think we've seen anybody with drive-through track limits yet.
It's quite easy to get track limits on turn 1.
Yeah,
turn and the last 2 corners.
Yeah, turn 1.
It's very easy.
Very, very easy. I wish they just opened up the exit of that and got rid of that little kink after turn 1. It's just infuriating because it suddenly narrows the track up, where it doesn't need to be that narrow.
Yeah. As Robinson's now in the back end of Lavost for P11.
Ooh.
I think now that the track's a bit drier, I think Robinson's finding more pace.
Yeah. That. Sorry, I wonder if they turned their ABS down. Let's find out. TC5 ABS 1. For that's Lavrost. Robinson is TC6 ABS 2.
Ah, nice. Yeah, that's about what I expected.
So, yeah. Have both cars happy.
It just looks like Robinson, again, it's just a matter of time before he gets past, whether it be a mistake or...
Yeah, it's just going to be put him under enough pressure, make a mistake, and see what happens.
On a greasy track, it's very easy to make mistakes as well.
Oh, very much so. But everybody here has been racing surprisingly well. I mean, it would have been nicer to have seen a lot more cars, but then I think, to some degree, the stewards would have had a lot more to deal with. Ooh! Locks the rears up on the way down on the damp curb, and that is just game over. Managed to keep it out of the wall. Lots of tyre wheel spin through there. Ooh, that was a moment and a half. Let's go back and have a look at that one.
Robinson, I think you might need a change of clothes after that one.
Yeah, I think you're... Yeah, it just locks it up on the curb.
Should be a simple 2-stint finish for Ben to finish. Also, Luke's car's on third track limit warning. Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. You just gotta hope don't get another one. Yeah, Robinson. That we're literally saying how easy it is to make a mistake in a greasy track, and case in point.
Yep. Robinson now has the other G-League car for company as well as the leader. They are desperately trying not to go a lap down, but I think that as a result of them battling with a leader may put them back another place from Lebao. Oh no, hang on. G-League, which G-League car is that they have... Hang on.
Is that a bite marker?
Oh no, it's Cops. Sorry, it's Funky Cops.
P7.
In P7, who is, I'm guessing, trying to unlap themselves off the leader then. Whilst...
I'm just assuming that Robinson's trying to lose too much time because he's already lost a bunch in the last lap.
Yeah, that was my assumption, was that they'd drop back into clutches of the other G League car, but no, the other G League car is a long way forward.
Yeah.
So that gap has opened right up to, what is it, about 5 seconds now. That was a big mistake. And that puts Robinson and Lebao back together.
I'm sure that's exactly what Robinson didn't want.
I mean, roles reversed this time round. Lebao is the one attacking rather than defending.
To be fair, that's not Lebao, that is... Who is that?
Oh no, that's not. Jens Lebao.
That's Henninger. Lebao is about 7 or 8 seconds
Yes,
back.
sorry, I was seeing black Ferraris and getting all the numbers mixed up.
Yeah, I did the same there for a second. Once my brain decided to work, I figured it out. Yeah, they're just following the leader at this point. Yeah, I think it looks like Lebao is about 6 seconds back from Robinson.
Yeah. Okay, that's not so bad. No, I think like more than, maybe? I don't know, they're not on the same bit of track, so it's the time's bouncing around a lot.
Because race control's timings are going up and down so fast.
Yeah.
It's hard to know what's the real time.
I think after that round of pit stop, there might be a few more people on... No, Funky... yes. Last car on the lead lap is De Brouwer. In the car 14 Sim Racing Belgium. In 6th. His last car on the lead lap, 20 seconds back from... 20 seconds ahead of the leader at this point in time.
Yeah, leader will be trying to catch them then.
Yeah, so leader's just coming into turn 2 now, whilst this car is going through the pit straight. Going through the across the top of the course down into turn 3.
Nice.
So that's a fairly sizable gap that's going to take a good few laps to come down.
Absolutely. As it looks like P1's got over a 20-second gap to P2. Well, the timing screens are going so fast, I can't tell if that's true or not.
Yeah, it is about 20... It's about 20... Somewhere between 20 and 30 seconds, I think, is an average time across a lap. Ahead. Willamot is about 20-ish seconds back from Oscar Carr in 2nd, and then ours is about 5 seconds back. 5-6 seconds back from that. So Oscar Carr and Frenia are the two to watch because they are, I think, possibly catching. No, maybe. Willamot was faster last time by a good margin, by about half a second than Oscar Carr.
He was 7/1000 slower than the leader last lap, Willamot, so he's right up there with the leader's pace.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, just nearly a minute behind.
Yeah. Last time by 31, one last time by, what's this time? 30.70760 for Neiman in the 420 McLaren.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe I had a slight mistake in that because, to be fair, it's still... Well, the track's actually fast now, so it's pretty much dry.
Yeah, it's going to be dry. It's just going to take a bit of time to rubber in. With 20-odd cars on the grid, it's going to be...
I'd say probably 15 minutes, so it'll take to rubber it in.
Possibly near a half an hour, but yeah. Certainly,
It shouldn't take forever to rubber in anyway.
no, I mean, there is a fair chunk of material down already, so... and it is fast rather than green, so that's always a bonus.
Yeah, just
PB for Lebao, 29.471 last time by. That's faster than a lot of people ahead.
yeah.
In fact, that was their outright. That car's, yeah, their. I'm just repeating myself because my brain is not keeping up with things.
Yeah, my brain is. Sorry, I'm also.
Keeping an eye on other
Just-
stuff.
Yeah, I keep an eye on the Spot 24 as well as this. So if I do go silent for a moment, that's probably what I'm checking.
No, that is fine. That is fine. You have a vested interest in that.
Either that or I'm coughing, one of the two.
I mean, that's true. The I only see. I don't know if if there is a card that's going to the Nords 24 from the Academy in the end.
What was that, sorry?
I don't know if there was an Academy car going to the Nords at all.
I
24.
don't think so. I think maybe if we can't, we'll just pile into like one of the esports cars potentially.
Fair enough.
Because I think they want to do one GT4 and one GT3 maybe for
Fair
that
enough.
one. So just sort of, it's still like 3 months away, so we're still figuring out what we're doing for that.
Yeah, I'm not overly worried about that one. I basically have the DLC basically just for commentary purposes. Robinson and Lavrost are back together. Lavrost having to deal with being lapped by cops, so that is both G League cars on track pretty much in the same space. Or both G League Ferraris. There is a number of other cars out there, but Robbins is now properly on the tail of Lavrost, right under that rear wing. Let's do that, and let's have a look at what this looks like from that angle. Looking over that rear wing.
Yeah, Robinson. He's really caught back out to that car.
Yeah, it was significantly faster, almost a second faster on that previous lap.
Yeah, I'm wondering is the other G League car going to give Lavos the slipstream to try and hold off Robinson?
Maybe that car was 29.4 last time by, so significantly faster.
Yeah,
Ooh,
I'm just wondering.
they
if it's
ran
still-
wide. That's an interesting move, actually. It's a surprising defensive move that you can pull, is to stay wide of the apex of turn 2, and then hold it wide. As Robinson is right on the inside, right up on the rear corner there. Somehow didn't make contact as they came through turn 3, down the hill into turn 4. Through this cascading infield middle section.
Yeah, I think Robinson just quite not enough this time round.
Yeah.
Well, you can tell he has pace, he just needs to extract it at the right moment
Yeah.
in the Ferrari. As I just seen a couple of cars are back to 28s now, so the car will... Oh, rain in 30 minutes.
Fantastic. We get 28. Oh no, so 20, 29. Oh yeah, there are some 28s, aren't there?
This is going to make things interesting.
Yeah, because they've only just started a stint. 15 minutes into a stint, and it could get wet in 30.
Yeah, the track has just turned optimal as well.
Oh, this is not going to be a fun one for those.
it's going to be spicy for sure.
I'm glad I didn't say anything, because I was at some point I was going to go, can we just get some like clear dry running to the end and really see what these cars can do? But apparently not. This race has still got at least one last sting in the tail.
The gods are not in these drivers' favours today.
No.
It seems.
No, they are not.
They're really trying to make it difficult. But that's good for everyone watching, though. Much more entertainment.
I do not understand that. What is that? Let's chuck back to that one. And again, it's these two. Henninger is starting to get on terms with Levashov. Levashov? I hope that's somewhat right. They've at least broken into the second marker. On that car, so we'll keep an eye on that gap. Robinson, as usual, is not quite able to get close enough to do anything to really challenge too much. I think they may have cooked their fronts a little bit more than they'd have liked going through there.
Yeah, potentially. Although he is staying within like 0.2, 0.1.
Yeah.
He just needs that little bit extra to get the job done.
Although these two cars have got Yamamoto. Kyuki Yamamoto for NIX Vision E Motorsports is coming up on both these cars, and they are going to have to yield to Blue Flags at some point. So whether that is going to be the wedge that allows Robbins through or not is to be seen.
Oh, Robinson had a look up the inside there, but didn't quite.
Little bit of a look, little bit of a nibble, but that has put Yamamoto right on the tail of both of these cars now.
We can see that Aston Martin flashing a little bit there.
Indeed. Also, cracking livery on that car. I don't know if you can see it.
I can see it. I haven't actually had a proper look at it though.
It is.
Oh, it's an anime livery.
Yeah, I think Good Smile Racing. Ooh, Thornton has got our first drive-through for track limits of the race. Round of applause for Charlie Thornton.
Oh, poor Charlie.
That will be 3 laps to complete that, to clear that one.
I expect there'll probably be at least 1 or 2 more.
Yeah, I would guess there's probably going to be a few more before the end of this one. Yamamoto is being let past the Ferrari. The Ferrari's got out of the throttle, but that has put Robinson with a hell of a run. Not quite close enough to do anything into turn 1.
Oh, I got really close between all 3 there. Let me see. What's the current Academy votes for next week?
I think it's mostly Brands.
Of course, I'm not surprised.
Brands is a fun track.
I do like Brands.
Herringer and Levashov. Herringer has got past. I didn't entirely see what that was. How that one happened. That was up the inside into the hairpin. Turn 2. No, not around the outside of which one? No, Herringer, sorry, around the outside of turn 2. Very nicely done. Robinson is now closer than they have been for a good few laps on the back of Lavrost. Just kind of following this battle, in all honesty. There's not a huge amount else on the... ours is slowly catching up to the back of Willamette. Willamette is only 4.5 seconds up the road.
Yeah,
but
last
is...
lap was 3.5 tenths faster.
Yeah, is catching up with car 420 Neiman. We'll have to put a lap on that car at some point, unless that car is pulling away. I'm not 100% sure where that one is. Yamamoto has... I was about to come back to this battle, but it's kind of done it itself. Yamamoto has been chipping away at Copse's gap quite impressively. We've seen this before from this car, it's not necessarily amazing through the early part of the race, but it comes good towards the end. And they have been charging up to the back of Copse's Geely car, and they're currently trying to get past car 102, I think that is? Is that the much delayed? Yeah, that's the much delayed turn 1 car.
Oh my word! That
Oh,
was
they
close.
were challenging to try and steal as much draft as possible off that car.
Yeah, that Palette Sharp. Yeah, just sort of just hoping and praying.
Yeah, I think knew that they had to get out of the way. Didn't want to get out of the way through the the last couple of corners, and didn't. But now this has put the other Geely car of Lavrost and Robin and the Simtech racing car of Robinson. I'm going to get all the drivers' names and all the team names completely mixed up in the wrong way around there. Right on the tail of these two cars as well, and they now have to try and get past this delayed 102 car as well. The question is, can Robbins do what they've been trying to do with back markers previously and use Lavrost being slow, letting them past as a way of opening the door? I guess we get to wait and see. Similarly, that Yamamoto Cops battle is also raging on.
Yeah, there's quite a... These two battles are the only really main ones happening. Every other car is very much spread out at the moment.
That 102 car just chopped the nose off the 911, well and truly. Move out the way, do the same as they did last time round. But...
Rosalie let one of the cars
No,
pass.
you should have got on the brakes earlier. That was a really, really silly move.
Yeah, that wasn't the greatest.
That was not a smart one to do. You should have got on the brakes earlier, let that one go. In the meantime, Yamamoto and Funky Bot Cops are on the tail. Where's my computer just gone pink? Is it just that? Yeah, okay, fine. Nothing actually important.
That turn 1, McLaren's now holding up Henniger.
Yeah. I think there might be some... driving standards looked at for that one. I wouldn't be surprised if there is some reports put in for that car.
It's now changed to medium rain in less than 30 minutes.
But the light rain that was due now isn't showing because it's somewhere between the 30 minutes and 10 minute mark.
Yeah.
So That might
It's gonna be
change.
interesting.
It might not. That little bit of rain might have burnt out and isn't going to arrive, and it's just going to suddenly arrive in a downpour. So Yamamoto is still on the tail of Cops, and Robinson is trying to go up the inside through turn 2 on Lavroste. Lavroste has got the outside and actually has the drive on the exit. Who's going to take the brave pills into turn 3?
Oh, this is going to be good.
Robinson sends it, parks on the apex. Ooh, gets a wiggle, gets the car across the road. Bit of a possibly mean block pass. Gets it done. Lavroste is not having any of that, and he's trying to come back, but I don't think there is much. Gets a really good drive out of the first part of this infield section. Can't really do anything about it. That is fan. Ooh. Ooh. Side by side, Lavroste gets a drive on the exit that Robinson just didn't have, being so tight on the exit.
Oh, Lavroste has got it back. Robinson's not going to be happy about that.
No, that's. I think the blue isn't going to be the only thing on the outside of that car. Only bit of blue isn't just going to be on the outside of that car after that lot. Yamamoto has got past Cops as well. How did that happen? I'm assuming that was into turn 1. Yamamoto just dives up the brakes, gets alongside from the slipstream, good toe up the pit straight, and just on the brakes, on the inside, and clear through. Nicely done.
Robinson's not a happy boy. Hettinger has unlocked himself against Robinson.
Ooh.
And is now trying to do the same against Lavroste. He's stuck his Ferrari right in the middle of that. Brave approach.
Yeah, I just went back 30 seconds to see if we could say anything, and no, we can't.
Yeah, that was a brave one.
Cops is kind of trying to come back at Yamamoto, but Yamamoto is definitely starting to pull away now from this, from Cops in that G-League car.
Yeah.
Just looking at the time splits, that gap's gonna. Well, there we go. There's the end of that. Cops at the very end of that replay, we saw them having a bit of a look. Yeah, Yamamoto's pulled out over a second gap. So, the question is, can they get around and unlap themselves? I don't think so. De Bauer now is 5 seconds ahead or less than that from the leader. So, sixth, maybe about to go a lap down fairly shortly. There is under 5 seconds now between these two cars. Robinson and Lavroste side by side into turn 2. Who's got that? Lavroste is up the inside. Robin's on the outside. Does the same thing to Lavroste as Lavroste has done to them, holding them on the inside. Stops them from getting the drive, and they can just punch out of there really well. And very well done. Gets that drive through, and that is back through there, and is going to now try and build as much of a gap as quickly as they can.
Yeah. I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to dip. I have some stuff to sort out for...
No, that is absolutely fine. We've got an hour and a half to go. Rain is due at some point, so this is still going to get spicy.
Yeah. Yeah, I think well, I've been here in a couple hours, so...
Something like that, yeah. The company is appreciated, and...
No problem.
I'm hoping the streams are still going. I've just suddenly realised we haven't had any... Yes, they are still going.
Yeah, they're still going. Yeah, I had a look at them a moment ago to see if there's any comments or anything. There wasn't.
Yeah, no. When there isn't any comments for a while, I do have to tend to just double check.
Yeah, technology, always fun. Right, I'm gonna have to go.
Enjoy everything you're doing tonight / tomorrow morning, or whatever time it is.
It's gonna be long.
I would say I'll be thinking about you, but honestly, I will probably be tucked up asleep.
Fair enough. I don't blame you. Yeah, no, I think after I get a few things sorted, I'm gonna have to go for an early night's sleep and just try and nap for a few hours.
Yeah. Fair enough. Enjoy, have fun, send best wishes to the rest of the Toga crew that are out there today doing that one.
Yeah. No worries. Catch you later. Have a good one.
Indeed. See you.
Bye.
Barry, everybody. There we go. Yeah, we will carry on. Robbins has already broken that toe out to over a second, so you can see how much of a cork in the bottle Lovrost was there. To that one, outright fastest for Henninger last time by with a 29.020. So this track just getting quicker and quicker. 28.6 flat for hours last time by. That is significantly faster than anybody ahead of them. And has pulled that gap to Wilmot down to 2.5 seconds. So that is how things are stacking up at the front. 50... Oh, it's all being funky, isn't it? Because people are crossing the start-finish lines and the gaps are actually kind of big. The only one I can easily rely on is hours, because that's 2.5 seconds. As they are coming up to which of the BMWs is that? Is that Davis? No, of course it's not Steinberg, because I've got livery for that one. Davis's car should look the same, unfortunately, because of when the liveries decided they were going to work. They only changed over when drivers swapped, so Davis's one hasn't synced as a result, but the rest of them have. Apart from O'Reilly's, it's the same livery, but has decided it's not going to send. McGonagall in the other Stone Cold car. The McGonagalls are out there doing their thing. A 619 car. Yeah, that's all the battle's over. There's really not a lot to, apart from just keeping an eye on gaps, there's not really a lot. 1.4 now is the gap with Lovrost. Yamamoto's pulled out 2.5 seconds on Cops as well, so that car flying now as well. Very happy with the cooler, dry conditions that we've got right now. The track and air temperature are actually the coolest they have been all session, but they so there is lap times and what have you starting to come down as a result. Oh, I'm going to have to shuffle around a bit. So, rain in 30 minutes. I would have thought we should have had the 10-minute mark for the light rain before, or is this just going to turn up as an almighty downpour in 30 minutes time? Answers on a postcard, if you understand and know what's going on. Who've got more information than I have. I don't have quite all the same gear that they do elsewhere. That is the Aston number 99 they're catching. Yamamoto's catching up with her. How is Mars doing? Mars is out there doing alright. They're chilling out there in 10th. I think that's where they started, wasn't it? Yeah, it was. So, I mean, finishing where you started in one of these is always a good option. So, yeah, that's alright. Neiman in the 420 is just chilling out there. A little bit of no man's land there. Just trying to chase down cars around them. Cops is out to 2.5, almost over 2, around the 2.5 second now to Yamamoto. Yamamoto is, what, 20 seconds back It's the 18 Aston Martin that was delayed with the drive-through. Shark is in for... Is that time? No, that's an out-of-schedule pit stop. Rain is now saying in 10 minutes. So... I guess the question is... Are they I wouldn't be on an optimum track. I would be hanging on to the slicks for as long as possible on that one, to make sure you can hang on to that car for as long as possible with those tyres on, with tyres that are good for the conditions. Personally, I would not be swapping out at this point. If there are other reasons you need to swap, damage or other reasons, I didn't see if you had picked up a drive-through. Davis is up one place from where they started. Still going in 17th place. That is... actually, I think the highest placed of the Formula GT cars. They are... Yeah, because you've got 99 down there in 18th, 19th is Thornton, and then Steinberg, much delayed, car 12 down in 21st, spent 11 trips through the pit lane. So yeah, that's looking good. Ours is now down to 2 seconds, the gap to Willamette. So yeah, do the usual stuff. I know I keep saying it, but it helps keep the lights on. It keeps us allowing you to bring things like this. Keep other stuff. We've got more races coming up. There is the Rookie League Season 10 starting. Starting in a week's time? It's Wednesdays? What's the date? I don't have a calendar here. Gonna make sure we're on the right tyres for the conditions. Hopefully gain enough time so that we can drive through. At no time cost. If we get a drive through for track limits, it won't matter. Yeah, that's gonna be one. This is gonna be an interesting one, given that there is rain due in the next few minutes. Next sort of 3 or 4 minutes, I would have thought. Possibly slightly late, slightly after that. Don't hang on to what I'm saying in terms of time. I've got very little information with the weather. I'm just keeping this as a mental, keeping a track of this mentally, as to when I notice stuff changing over. So it may be out by a few minutes. So I wouldn't rely on what have you. 2 minutes. What tyres are you on? Dry 1. That was peculiar. You stopped way early. I would be hanging on to the weather. Till the weather hits. And then make up your mind after that. With that car. Unless they have more information than I do, it's going to tell them something not. Ours 1.3 back now from Willamette. Let's stick with this battle for a bit then, because that seems to be the one that's closing in. So yeah, that is our 1.2 seconds, but that time is just falling away. Half a second last time by. Outright fastest are pretty much identical. 28.472 for Wilmot's car, 28.475 for Ours' car as the fastest per lap for those two cars. De Bauer is about 2-3 seconds or so from the leader, so that car is going to get chewed up very shortly. Ours is happy in that car. That car is flying with, at this point in time, again, it was a dry quali race, so that to some degree makes a lot of sense. That the Astons are starting to come good now. Having said that, they are a long way back. The Astons are running after this. We've got Ours in 4th. Road is first. Lucas Road in first. Andrade Ours in 4th, and then it is Yamamoto in 7th. The next Aston Martins are the two GT League cars down in 18th and 19th respectively. So that will be that. 0.8 is the gap now as they come onto the pit straight. 0.7. 0.6, that gap coming down all the time. Wilmot definitely starting to feel the pressure now. Having that car starting to creep up on your rear bumper, and it being so much faster. Last time by 28.7 for Ours, 29.3 for Wilmot. BMW is not a happy beast around here. Drive-through for Patella Sharp. That is going to send you through the pit lane again. That delayed 102. You started so well. Started 12 places up. Started in 8th and is now down in 20th. Probably won't drop back. No, won't drop back behind Sterenberg just yet. Got a fair way to drop before that, unfortunately. Sorry. You've had a bit of a rough one. I'm sure there'll be some debriefs going on after that one. At the end of this for that one, in about an hour and 20-ish time. So that will be that one. Yamamoto's down 4, started in 3rd and is in 7th, so down 4 places. De Bauer's up 4. That is the leader. That is the gap from De Bauer to the leader. There, let's check back in. Ours has broken that second gap and starts to get into the dirty air of the BMW, and life starts to get a lot harder. And it's one thing to catch, it's another thing to pass. Lap time last time by were basically identical, actually in favour of Wilmot. 29.0 versus 29.1. It was 29.192 for Ours, 29.052 for Wilmot. So Wilmot just turning up the wick a little bit, just doing enough to keep Ours behind. For now. And that is the rain. Track is now marked as greasy. That has gone. That's really quite heavy rain. straight away. So in 30 minutes, it's gonna get heavier in 10 minutes, and then get further heavier in 30 minutes time. So that is not good. But yes, that is definitely the weather here now. The question is, who's going to be the first to bite for the pit? It's still saying greasy, so wet tyres are not a great idea at this point. It depends on how long it goes from being wet from greasy to wet, and how well these cars can hang on. Now, the cars have got plenty of heat in the tyres. They've been running around on a fairly warm track. The track temperature and air temperature have now equalised. It is 19 track, 19 air, or 19 air, 19 track, depending which way around you want to read it. So that is something. Hopefully nobody gets too caught out too badly. That is, ours has just dived for the pits. Obviously trying to get out of the slipstream. You can start to see the trails on the ground now that are being left by the cars. So I would say that's probably not a bad shout to chuck wets on. Thornton has also dived for the pits. I'm assuming for wets. How are we doing on stint times? It's a bit early again. The question is, do you try and hold out to the end of the stint on the tyres you have on at the moment, in the hope that you can make it through to the end, so that you don't have to make an excess pit stop at the end of the race? Although if the weather dries out again before the end of the race, you'll probably have to make another pit stop anyway. So that's the question. Do you hold out, take the pain now to try and stay on the tyres, or do you stay on the wets, or do you go to wets just immediately and hope for the best? Herringer is in, Lavrost is in, Ozkakar is in, Lebau is now in. De Bauer is currently being chased by the leader, quite significantly. The question is, who bolts first for tyres? The leader getting a big slide on now. The track has now been marked as damp, so that is... That is that. Neiman is in. Yes. Essentially giving yourself a drive through to reset stint time. There may very well be a lot of that at the end of the race. It may actually end up being... Depending, if it stays wet to the end, then there might be people needing to do stops 15 minutes from the end anyway. So I don't think stint time is going to be too big of a deal now. What are people coming out of the pits on? Wets for Willamot. Freya. Yamamoto is in, just coming in. Cops is just coming in. Neiman is dries? Apparently so. Fair enough. You're on wets, you've pitted. McGonagall is on wets. You're coming in on dries. I think most people will be swapping to wets. Although that's an interesting one. That's an interesting call from yourselves. In the 420 car. I'm going to try and spot you on the list. Where are you? McLaren, unfortunately, there we go. McConnell is in that car now. Dries. I'm guessing you're hoping it's... If it dries out, all you have to do is top up on fuel, and the dries will be okay to the end. Because that's brave. Again, Peak going out on dries, by the looks of things. Double check that as it goes across the lines. Yeah, that is on dries. As the leader is now in as well. The question is, what did they go for? They're in on dries. Robbins is in on that one. Again, pitting from dries, because that's basically what everybody's going to be pitting from. If you're on wets, why on earth were you on wets? Schwartzman with a drive-through. For that, the question is, do they take the drive-through, or do they pit and then take the drive-through? That's the question. They are down and away on wets for the leader. Mars is being passed by Borges. Mars is still on dries. Borges is on dries. So neither of those cars feeling the need to pit, although Mars is definitely feeling the need to pit now and has dived in for such a thing. So, Walsh back in the Simtech racing car with Demasieux. Indeed, you appear to have gone back out on slicks in wet weather. So, I am assuming that means you are confident in that car hanging on regardless of the tyres. Unless that was a beans up that you haven't noticed yet. Mars is down and away. Slowly, that car... oh, has that done the funky thing where it doesn't want to refire? I've had that a few times. You pull out the pit box and the engine shuts down. That's unfortunate. Yeah, the car's now fired back up and on its way. Reader from Smith Adams from De Brouwer, who I don't think has pitted yet in that car. So they're evidently trying to go to the end of their stint. 30 minutes. It's gonna get worse in 10 minutes, and in 30 minutes it's gonna get worse again. Oh, this may be entirely. This is either a genius call from De Brouwer or an absolutely horrific one. That's the question. You can see the spray that's being kicked up. That's by far and away the worst we've seen today. Whew. Walsh and Desimir are swapping places. Let's check this on Helicam so we get a better view of that. As Walsh is trying to go up the inside, they're giving each other space. Who's got what on the way out? Looks like that is 911 who has got away on that one. De Brouwer has just dropped behind Wilmot. That is a car that is on slicks. And yeah, that car's starting to struggle now on its slick tyres. I think they have cooled off a bit too quickly. I think you were trying to go to at least the hour and to get as close to the hour as you can. so that you can only make one more stop to the end regardless of weather. Not the worst idea. Not the worst idea in the slightest. As this battle is raging on. This is two wet tired cars? Yes. Yes it is. Two wet shod Ferraris. Ours is now on the tail of the Bauer. The Bauer is going backwards because of the lack of grip from those. You see the car just twitching around. What have we got? You've gone TC4 ABS. You haven't changed anything. I'm not surprised the car's twitching around underneath you a bit there, but then it seems to have worked before. So yeah, Walsh and Desimir is yeah, I think that's Desimir that is now through and starting to put a gap on Walsh then. Hours to Willamette, still 4 seconds. That gap had come right down, but that Aston Martin is pulling, it's struggling a little bit to get away from, is struggling to keep up, with the BMW in these wetter conditions. So that for Aston is evidently set up a bit more for the drier conditions than it is the BMW. BMW is a bit more of a wet weather specialist. It's gonna get slightly lighter in 30 minutes time now, so weather is changing regularly, almost by the minute on the timing screen. So let's see what happens. Bauer now dropping back to is back from hours by the tune of 3.8 seconds, 4 seconds now. Also 3, which car's that coming up to unlap themselves? 7.3, that is Peak in the Ben Peak in the Simtech Racing Ferrari that is there trying to catch up. They're rolling the dice that they don't have to pit again to the end. That's what the Bauer is doing. The Bauer is rolling the dice that they don't have to pit again, although that looks like that has just gone very, very wrong on the way into the pit. Turns it in. Oh! So the Funtech car, the Simtech car behind, spins, and then in sympathy, de Bauer decides to have a spin as well. Nicely done. So, I mean, they've done it. They're going to have a long stop for the damage they've just picked up, but they've done it. Providing the race doesn't go too much beyond the hour mark, although, you know, where it's going to be just over 90 seconds, and it's a 65-minute stint, so this is going to be a long stop to fix the damage that they just picked up on the way in, so they should be okay to only have to pit, to not have to pit to the end of the race, but that is a big, big gamble whether they do have to pit or not. On that front. Reader then out Started in first, currently in first. Not a huge amount to really say. They basically just run away and kept things going. Smith Adams in the Noobs R Us car. My brain, even though it's on the screen in front of me, my brain still didn't want to tell me the name of the car. Name of the team. Apologies for that one. Also, it smells like I've got the window open. It smells like somebody's having a really good barbecue. So, yeah, Willamette is 12 seconds, 12-ish seconds back from the Ferrari of Smith Adams. Ours is hovering around the 4-second mark. DeBauer is that DeBauer? DeBauer is out. Yes, it is. How long was that stop? 50 seconds. So, yeah, they opted to fix the damage, and obviously full fuel. They are the only car now, if it stays wet, that can make it to the end. Because everybody else is too far into their stint. McGonagall maybe, but that's going to depend on where they are in relation to the leader more than anything. I think DeBauer may have dropped off the lead lap as well as a result of that gamble. So, the question is, can they make that time up that they have lost by driving the ever-living wheels off of it? And yes, they have, because that's hours behind them, so they are off the lead lap. In fact, they're about to get lapped by 4th, so they are well off the lead lap because of that. Whether that was because of or not. So they're trying to get that lap back. Yeah, stuck it out on dries. There, I think that's what DeBauer has done further up the field. They have tried to stick it out on wets, on the dries to the end of the race, to the end of it. 4 minutes into your stint. I'm not sure you can make it to the end with the drive-through. Just as a mental thing, you're 4 minutes into your stint. You're going to have to basically be either directly behind or directly in front of the leader when they finish to make that work. I think directly behind the leader, providing the all works out and they finish pretty much in and out in 59 minutes time to make yours work out. I don't think you have quite enough time there to make that work. If it stays dry, if it dries out, because in 30 minutes the rain's going to get less. So if it dries out before the end of the race, in the next hour, it starts to dry out in half an hour and the track is dry, everybody may still have to make a pit stop anyway because the tyres are going to be shredded. So, this isn't over. This very much isn't over. There definitely could be people that make big gains as others have issues and have to go to the end. Now, a full tank of fuel around here, if you're being frugal, should make it to the end in an hour and 10 or so, if you put a full 120 in it, because we've seen people do that. Those that remember the 2.4 race, that was one stopped by a lot of people, so they did 20 minute, an hour and 10, hour and 15 on a tank of fuel. So you may not need fuel, but you may still have to run through the pit lane. The question is, because you're going to have to run through the pit lane, are you going to have to burn more fuel by going hell for leather to try and make up that time? that you're going to lose, and therefore actually have to stop for fuel rather than just run through the pit lane. Or you may have to put dries on because your tyres are shredded because the track's dried out. Yeah, it's not an easy one to do. So if you don't have to run down the pit lane, or you think you can get away with it by cooling the tyres enough by just running down the pit lane, you might be able to get away with resetting your stint time and stay on the wets and not lose any more time than that, but you may be trying to make up 5-10 minutes of track time on boiled wets. So I guess that's really what you've got to balance out. 34-3 for Reader last time by, 34-1 for Smith Adams, but there is a 35-40 second gap. Wilmot is around the 10 seconds still to no, maybe, I'm not sure. Ours has dropped back again, is about 6 or so seconds back. Schwartzman is Schwartzman still? No, it looks like Schwartzman is. No. Oh, timing screens are being funky because people haven't crossed lines, etc. Yeah, it's tight as to who's still on the lead lap. I think 6th of Law might just still be on the lead lap. Where is the leader? And Law is... No, I don't think Law is on the lead lap anymore. Schwartzman... No, Schwartzman's not. Ours is. So top 4 are still the cars on the lead lap. But only just. So that is the state of play as it sits. De Bauer, as much as it might get you some places locally, I don't think it's going to necessarily net a huge amount of bonus from your strategy, but it might get you a couple of extra places at the end of the race, which make quite a big difference for the points. The points for this coming into round 3 at the top are actually very close. In fact, whilst things are reasonably spaced out, I am going to So, as it sits, we have BF Racing Esports Ferrari is on 75 points in the lead. SimRC by Bohemia, which is currently the car in the lead, Reader, is on 70 points. They're only 5 points behind, so this will get them another, I think, like another 40 points on that jump on there. Noobs Are Us and Sky Simsport. Sky Simsport is on 65 points. Noobs R Us are on 44 points, but Stone Cold Racing are on 42 points. So Noobs R Us and Stone Cold Racing are racing each other in the championship, but potentially with Sky Simsport not turning up to this one, they may be potential for being jumped points wise or be a lot closer going into round 4 at Monza. G League, Belgium racing teams and like and subscribe and Turn 1. Turn 1 unfortunately look like they're not doing the best at the moment. Are going to be Turn 1 like and subscribe team are both on 22 points, so Turn 1 should jump like and subscribe. Belgian racing team and are on 25 points, and G League Esports 1 is on 28 points. So that's a little cluster of battle from 6th down to... what are we? 12th. No, sorry. 6th down to 9th. I'm looking at the wrong column of numbers. You can tell I've been doing this for a while and my brain is addled. So that's how we are... we're sailing around like a whale on this fuel mix, and aiming to get our track limits DT just before we go through to reset our warnings. Oh. Funnily enough, you're on screen at the moment because you're about to be lapped by the leader. I mean, I'm not surprised you're skating around a bit because you're on slicks. Unless things are being wonky, and that's not the case, your car went out on slicks. Gazelle and PLR are on 18 points each. Funtech Racing... he is indeed doing a good job. Funtech Racing are... No, okay, you are on words. Fine, it's just the computer being the computer and not always telling us what is going on. I might just double check this, see if it has changed. Yeah, no, on stream you are currently saying you are on dry 1. Well done. Awesome. So, no, don't believe anything that we've been saying about tyres then, because it's probably wrong. So yeah, that is where things sit. Funtech are potentially going to be jumping a couple of teams that aren't here just by finishing, just by gaining a couple of extra points for finishing the race, which is good. So that's kind of where it sits. There's some clusters. But those clusters are probably going to get rearranged after this race. With that, I hope that was remotely coherent and made any amount of sense. To anybody that was listening. So, the rain is currently going to hold for the next 10 minutes, and then it's going to ease in 30. nobody's anywhere near each other on track. Well, in terms of actually battling. Bauer is on a 15-minute stint with 47 minutes to go. That's probably the closest one that can make it to the end without having to reset the timer. If the track stays wet. If it's dry, then all of these calculations that everybody's been doing all go out the window. Schwartzman had a drive-through which has been served. Yeah, ours is the last car on the lead lap, I think. Schwartzman, Law, Borges, Bauer, McConnell are down off the lead lap now. The leader is working lap 201. Yeah, Schwartzman's off the lead lap. That's a shame. So, with 45 minutes to go, and the rain to ease down a level in 30 minutes. Well, answers on a postcard as to whether this is going to finish wet or dry. Place your bets in the comments as to who is going to be as to whether the track is going to be dry or wet come the end. I mean, I will wet, dry, damp, greasy. In the comments, throw your answers out there. This, that is what is happening. This is the game. Yeah. I don't know what else to say. I really don't know what else to say. Other than let's see what happens. I really have no idea whether it's going to be dry, whether it's going to be wet, whether it's going to be what's going to come on. Although, Law, I say that, nobody's getting anywhere near each other. Law, Law in the NIX Vision E Motorsports car is starting to get inside, is now down to half a second away from Nico Schwartzman in the Garage 59 car. And Walsh, Thomas Walsh, 472, is point. He's coming up to half a second behind Desiree as well. Well, this might be a spicy end to the race. Let's see who's got what fight left in them. I don't know if you can tell, I'm starting to flag a little bit. I'm determined to make it to the end now without having to go and grab any caffeine. What are we? 4:01. We're going to be about 22.5 this race is going to finish. 22, quarter 2, depending on where the leader is. I will hang around for a few minutes if anybody does want to come and have a chat post-race. Any teams want to come and have a chat post-race. Oh, as Law gets all over the back. I don't know if there was contact there. Either way, Law didn't make any advantage from that, so not the end of the world. But Law was all over the back of Schwartzman there, coming into the last couple of corners. They had the BMW of, I think that's Jordan, in the much delayed number 12. Yes, it is. In the much delayed number 12, BMW from GT League, Formula GT. There, so I think Schwartzman got a bit checked up and Law didn't quite know where to put the car. But everybody made it out of there alive, somehow. I think Law might need some clean undercrackers. Desperately trying to use back markers as a way of getting past. As they go through another of the Formula GT cars. That's the Aston Martin of... That'll be the Aston Martin of... Ches? No, Ches is on their own. We have gained the livery on Anderson's car. So we do have all of them. I think all of them bar Davis, because Davis hasn't gotten out of that car, because they've done the last 5 hours 40 minutes, 5 hours 20 minutes in that car. And they've basically just been on, they've not even had like a long stop like you normally see, to go pee or grab liquid or anything. So very well done there. Let's jump back to this Law Schwartzman battle. With, what are we? 39 minutes and 5 seconds to go of the race now. The top 5 as they sit are Reader from Smith Adams, from Willamette, from Ours, from Schwartzman, very, very closely followed by Law. Make up your top 6. Bourges in 7th, De Bauer, McCall, and Plogger are your runners down to 10th. Track is wet. Weather is dry in 30 minutes now. The weather gods, the ACC weather gods are really, really hating you today. Are just hating this today. I don't know what Hayden or Dex set the server to, weather randomness wise and conditions wise. But this has been a hell of a challenge for all of them. It's not been straightforward, it's not been dry, it's not been wet for the entire race. I mean, 6 hours of wet racing isn't exactly fun. Schwartzman, they're desperately trying to break the toe going down the pit straight there with Law. Law gets a pretty good drive, a little bit of a wiggle, but still can hold that drive and stay in the toe of that McLaren. Really nicely done out of turn 1. Can they do anything through to turn 2? Up the inside, there is going to be a little bit of contact just a little bit of door banging. Nothing major. Law still alongside. That Aston has got so much go in the wet. They are... I don't know if they were banging wheels or whether that was just very, very close to each other. Oh, Law sends that one. A little bit of a bump and hip check, but they were definitely alongside on that one. Schwartzman goes for a run on the inside. Who's got the drive? No, Law drops a tyre on the gravel. Can't quite keep it up. Keep that pace going and drops back behind. Possibly let them go a little bit just because of that previous corner move. But the positions are reset and everybody carries on in one piece, which is the most important thing. All the cars are still on track. Big slide coming out of the corner for Law. That has opened that gap right back up, and they've got all that work now to do again after pushing and doing so well to catch back up. And leader working lap 207 now. Well, enjoy. This isn't over. Neither is the weather. Neither is the race. 35 minutes to go. Oh, Smith Adams' ping is doing ping things. Just look back at it and went, what? How has that worked? Let's do that and see what this thing looks like with all that spray. No, having a bit of a look around. Definitely some different lines being taken. Looking racy again. Ooh. Big Aston Martin nose just scooping up all the air and all the rain, going straight through that radiator. And all the intercoolers and everything that's in there. Happy turbo noises. Very much happy turbo noises. Schwartzman forcing Law to the outside. You know what? I am gonna do this. And keep an eye on what's going on. Kind of go with a bit of a rotating camera on the top, because this is probably the most exciting battle we've had for a while. It's good. It's fun. I mean, we're half an hour to the end of the race. Schwartzman forcing Law to the outside. Not sure that's the best idea. Who can get the drive? Law tries to go to the inside. Might have been better off holding to the outside there. Taking and trying to take the drive off the exit by carrying a bit more mid-corner speed. Schwartzman all over the track, forcing... Ooh! Bit of a touch there. Bit of a touch on the way in. They're side by side coming out. Law is being very, very polite there, giving any advantage gained back straight away from any contact that was made. Schwartzman doing everything they can to frustrate Law. Law is clearly a hell of a lot quicker of a car than Schwartzman is at this point, but Schwartzman is just stopping them getting past. Like we always say, it's one thing to catch, it's another thing to pass. Even on a track as wide and open as this, it's still not easy to pass. And that's before you add the conditions in. As Law is all over the back of Schwartzman. Schwartzman just holding that outside line. Law stays up into the draft, keeps the front end of the car nice and tucked in there, keeps the drive, gets up on the curb a bit, but nothing too major. Schwartzman just staying very clean, hitting the marks, making the corners, and pretty much for the most part following the line where they have to and only defending when they absolutely need to. Big dive on the brakes. Law trying to get on the inside on the way out of there. Doesn't quite work out. Schwartzman on the back end. Track and air temperature are both 18 degrees now. They have come down another degree or so from where they were earlier. Law just on the outside brake. On the outside there. Schwartzman just closing that gap a little bit. Just to remind you, no, you're not getting through there. Very, very well driven from both drivers here. Oh, Law sends it on the inside. That was actually a fairly fair move. That was thoroughly alongside earlier on. Can't get the drive on the exit because they're too tight on the inside. Right there. And probably a little unsettled from the contact. As the Aston Martin runs a little bit deep on that first half of the last couple of corners and just skates sideways. You see how much the cars are moving around. Not seeing any more drive-throughs come up, so that's always good. As Law's still looking for somewhere, looking for a way past. You know the car's quick through this first couple of sectors. Fast first sector. Hard on the brakes, still gets the car stopped and turned in. Really nicely done. Doesn't get hung up on the on that big shoulder on the inside of the corner. I'm wondering if Law has just started to cook their tyres off a little bit. They've pushed a bit too much. They've just taken the edge off those blocks a bit too much, a bit more than they'd have liked, and they're just hanging on because that car's not looking quite as racy as it did this time round. Just opting to follow. Just chill out. And still half an hour, 28 minutes to go. Law's still able to get the car tucked up, tight on the inside. They're fast on the exit. Schwartzman just drifting away to the inside. Has to hold this line now. Manages to hold on to it. Very well done there from both cars. A little bit of weaving around. Law gets up on the curb, gets sat up a little bit on that, lights the rears up ever so slightly, drops back a little bit on Schwartzman here. Scroll through. No, this is the only major battle. Bourges has pitted. Sorry to dive away from that. Bourges has pitted with 20-something minutes to go. They have reset. They've taken a drive-through from 7th to reset their stint timer. see this from the Aston's perspective. Ooh, nibbling away at the rear bumper there. Through there. Oh, just touches. Both of them get away with that well and truly. Tries to send it on the inside, not really enough of a gap. Both get away from that okay. Law doesn't take any advantage on that either. Schwartzman is driving the absolute wheels off that McLaren there to stay ahead. Stay ahead of Law. Law is putting the thumb screws on well and truly. Schwartzman just covers off the inside, stops any major move coming from the inside. Can't get across on the outside. The Aston is all over the bumper. Little bit of a nudge there. Possibly should have pulled out the slipstream a touch earlier there. Might have been able to have a bit of a go. Can they get cut back? No. Schwartzman just parks it on the apex. Ladies and gentlemen and everybody in between, this is a masterclass in defensive driving. Oh, that was a bit of a bump and run there. Schwartzman's made it back. We're now looking over the back of Law's car at Schwartzman, who's got to come back. They're clearly not happy about that, flashing the lights away. Well and truly. About that one, it was a little bit of a bump and run. I say it was fantastically defended by Schwartzman to hold on to that one. Law, I think, is just going to pull away. I think they are just that much quicker. I mean, Schwartzman was putting their car where they needed to on track to stay ahead. And I don't think they did anything wrong. I think Law was a bit more aggressive than they needed to be. Schwartzman stayed ahead reasonably well. They weren't moving around too much. Just putting themselves in the middle of the track a lot of the time. Schwartzman sends it on the brakes down into the turn 2 there. So yeah, I don't know if anybody wants to put that to the stewards, then by all means. This is just my bystander enjoying some racing commentary. As Schwartzman gets it up the inside, I think. Ooh, that was a bit spicy. That was a bit spicy from Schwartzman on the way through. They had that, and I think Law might have been willing to give that back. But Schwartzman did just slide that into the door a little bit. Possibly a bit hotter than they needed to into that one. So, tension's starting to boil over. With 24 minutes to go. I can't say I blame them for it getting a bit spicy, but yeah. Like I say, there is the report system. Anybody can put reports in for incidents that are happening on track. Law is going to have to do all that work again, as it is still raining, but it has eased quite a lot from what it was earlier. It looked a lot worse when we were on board with the cars than when now we are back in Helicam. So Law is down inside of a second again. Had just crept out of that. Cuts and McGonagall. Oh, McGonagall's had a spin. What happened to you? Was this where you pushed or did you jump? They had 911 behind them. If you is, I think, a lap ahead. No, they just lit the rears up on. Oh, that was a big hit on the bar, on the wall there. Ouch. let the left rear up on the curb, and they were game over at that point. Ooh, that is a big chunk of damage on the front of that car. Not what you need with 22 minutes to go. As Law is back on the tail of Schwartzman. So we'll jump back with this battle. I mean, this is 5th overall. Smith Adams is doing Smith Adams ping things again. I hope everybody is having as much fun watching this as I am. Desimir911 is into the pits. That's a good point. We are starting to get to the point where people are going to need to take runs through the pit lane. Now, 10 minutes it's going to ease, it's dry in 30. It's been saying dry in 30 for quite a while now. What are people going to do? That looks like it might be just a reset of stint time and they're good to go to the end. Yes, it does. They did not stop in that one, so that's just a drive-through for stint time. If it was a drive-through for track limits, they wouldn't. The stint timer wouldn't be reset. So that was entirely intentionally to just take the penalty for having the otherwise, or they will take a bigger penalty for not adhering to stint timer on that one. Didn't see what happened. Law has dropped back quite a long way off the back of Schwartzman again. Back to over a second. I jumped back 30 seconds and could not see what it was. So evidently, whatever it was happened and is now back on the hunt. I think that 316 car may have cooked its tyres a little bit, trying to push too hard, sliding the car around a little bit too much. And is chasing down Schwartzman still. 1.4 seconds the gap, but that has been coming down fairly quickly, but it's not coming down nearly as quickly as it was. As much as it has done previously. So I think that car and driver combination are getting a little bit tired. But everybody who isn't going to have to stop? Desiree, Borges, Fuller, maybe? No, Fuller should be fine. Fuller should be fine in the McLaren, who's down in 20th. That looks like they've had to make some excess pit stops there. I hope all is well. De Bauer was 43 minutes into their stint. I think they're a little too tight. Hang on, was that Hours and Willamot? No, that can't have been. No, it's Smith Adams ping being Smith Adams ping. Walsh is doing a drive-through to reset stint time by the looks of things. Getting that over and done with. I'm assuming they are just running. With the wet weather as it is, they're probably not, and lap times as they are, they're probably not burning as much fuel. So getting to the end shouldn't be an issue on fuel. 10 minutes, it's due to dry out. It's due to stop raining in 10 minutes time. That will be roughly 7-8 minutes to the end. At least from me noticing it. It may have changed earlier than that. So Walsh is now behind Simmons in the 100 Ferrari, who is a long way up and is about to go a lap down. Another lap down on the leaders. Law hasn't really caught back up to Schwartzman. I think that might be possibly a call from their teammate to just chill out. We'll call it. We'll take the position that we've got and try not to pick up too many penalties. They've got a huge gap to the next car. To Borges in the 718 Ferrari. McConnell in the 420 McLaren has actually managed to wind their way up to 9th place now, so they are inside the top 10 from where they were. 14 laps down, 7 laps down on the next car. Ooh, sorry about that, Jordan. Car 12 for GT Racing. Formula GT, not had a fun day. Not had a fun day in the slightest. The highest placed one of those cars is Hunter in the BMW. Soloed 6 hours. There's just over 15 minutes to go. Is about to be lapped again by the leaders. But is, the highest place of the Formula GT cars. Ours is 1.8 back from Willamette. So Willamette has had possibly some issues to have dropped back like that. Law is 0.9 back now as well. With basically pretty much the entire field having to make a mandatory drive-through for stint time to reset the stint timers. So that will be one to look out for. Law. Plogger is doing exactly that. In the Mercedes, although that Mercedes is evidently stopping for whether that's fresh tyres, fuel, or both, I don't know. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This looks like it's a full service stop at 30 seconds. That's going to cost them a big chunk of time and possibly a good few places from where they were to make that one. They're down in 13th at this point. That is 29.31 to down and away 32 seconds. So yeah, that was a full service stop for that car. That is very much good to the end. Whoa, okay, ours has just dived for the pits for their drive-through, for stint time, and they've just ticked over the hour. They were 1 hour 56 seconds on that one. They are taking a short stop or a full stop. I would just be, that's 9 seconds worth of fuel just to make it to the end. Chuck 20 litres of fuel in the car and send it, as ours goes a lap down because of that. So Willamette is the last car on the lead lap now. And has gone 1 hour, has just ticked over the hour mark on their stint time as well. Reader is 58 minutes and track is marked as damp, but the rain has eased significantly. Law is in the pits as well now. That car's going to have some damage they may or may not opt to fix. I would guess this is going to be a short stop. Who else do we see? Ches is in the pits for full service. More than full service. 39, 40 seconds stopped. 41, 42, 43, 44, 105. Ooh, that's a long stop for you. Law is back out, and that was a 9-second fuel stop there, just to get to the end. So that still leaves him ahead of Borges. Borges is nine or so seconds back. After that one, Koss dives into the pits for their final stop. 101 they break the beam at. Schwartzman is still out there. They've just ticked over the 101 mark. 102 mark for Smith Adams. Smith Adams is going to have to pull in this lap because they are going to, I'm assuming they're going to not have enough time because they are probably going to be too close to the 1 minute 30. Minimum time. No, they opt to stay out. This is dicey on laps left and on stint time. 121. Schwartzman is in. That is a service stop. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 7 seconds down and away for that car. That's going to be an interesting one because Law was stopped for 9 seconds, but if Schwartzman's in lap was slower than in and out laps are slower, that's going to put them in striking distance. No, Law is 3 seconds back now, so that's that battle over and done. 103.9 for Smith Adams at this point, and climbing 103.20 seconds now. They are pushing this to the limit. I am wondering if they are hoping that it stops raining and they can put slicks on. And then they're in the box seat for a flyer. Simmons has got another drive-through. Our second actual drive-through. Oh, I think they're cooked. That car might be cooked. Because they're 103.19 on their stint time. So they've just served their drive-through. They're 103.48, 49, 50. This better be an outlap / in-lap of the gods to get through. They're 104 now. This is going to have to be a hell of a lap to get through and reset that stint time before they pick up a bigger penalty for not clearing, for running too long. Ooh. We're going to stay with this one to see what happens. We have 104.5 Smith Adams broke the beam at, 104.2 for Willamette that they broke the beam at. Ours was a while ago. Schwartzman, ours went through 4 minutes ago. Next car, 102 for Reeder, so Reeder will be in the next lap or so. Bauer is 53 minutes. Ooh. That's tight. That's seriously tight. Not quite as tight as this one for Simmons, who is coming around to the penultimate corner where they have to... Have they got a drive-through? Yes, they have got a drive-through because they went 105. So they have to reset their stint time now. And then they have another drive-through to make. Oh, it has all gone wrong. It has all gone wrong. They break the beam at 105.17. Oh. I am assuming they are going to clear their stint time and then come back round and do yet another drive-through. That puts Dietrich through now. That might even put McGonigal up a position as well. The McGonigal was up a position as well at the end of this one. So I'm hoping this clears one or both of them. That clears the drive-through. I'm assuming they will go around again and call that 103 for Reeder. I'm assuming Reeder will bail this lap as not to have a repeat of what happened to Simmons there. So yeah, Reeder is in. I mean, gap they had, they probably could do 2 drive-throughs and still be okay. As that was the Willamette car. Willamette had dropped off the lead lap through the drive-through and short stop sequences that we were seeing. Willamette did stop for 7 seconds. Smith Adams didn't stop on theirs. I'm assuming Reader won't stop. No, they are going on this one. That is just a 26-second transit time at the pit limiter. So that is Simmons 106.55. Oh, so sorry for you on this one. Make sure you make it into the pits. Don't have any issues. Oh, if they cross the line, I think they might be cooked. Because if they think they've reset their stint timer. Law's got a drive through. Law's now got a drive through for track limits by the looks of things. As well, coming out of the last corner, they picked that one up. There is not enough time to get away with not serving that one. And just take, although actually, yeah, it probably is quicker to actually serve it here than it is to not take it. So with 5 minutes 40 odd, I think basically everybody has stopped. There's a couple of cars, Davis and Anderson, who have not stopped. 58 minutes. No, that car's going to have to pit, as is Davis on 57.50 is going to have to pit in a couple of laps' time. They are going to be pitting and resetting their time right on the buzzer, pretty much. I mean, you could pull a Schumacher and drive through the pit lane and reset your stint time as you cross the line. That will probably count. I don't know. So yeah, that is the last couple of cars that are yet to, so that they are well down on that. So it looks like, barring any major incidents in the next 4 minutes 40 odd, 4 to 5 minutes time, it is going to be Reader from Adams, from Willamette, from Ours, from Schwartzman, probably from Law, from Bourges. No, Law has dropped down, taking that pit stop. So Schwartzman from Bourges. We shall let Law take their drive through and come back out before we carry on with that. So it is now Bourges from Bauer, from Law, from McConnell, from Walsh, from Desimere, from Dietrich, from Simmons, from McGonigal, from Cuss, from Peak, from Davis, from Anderson, from Torsten, from Fuller, from Jordan is your current running order, as it looks like it's going to finish when the leader crosses the line. And they are just coming into, they've just started, what's the lap, 128. So they will, track is now damp. It's not going to make any odds now. Anybody that had taken full service and opted to potentially chuck slicks on, you're going to be potentially an absolute weapon, but it's going to be too little too late. So this is going to be a cooked set of wets for most people to finish the race on. I will hang around for a little bit if anybody did want to have any teams and or drivers wanted to come and have a chat afterwards. But I'm not going to be hanging around a huge amount of time tonight. I am knackered after this last 6 hours. It has been fantastic to watch. It really has. It's been fantastic to commentate. Thank you to everybody who has been in the chats and in yeah, in chat and what have you, hanging out. It has been amazing. apologies for the technical glitches at the start. And everything, but it all has worked out in the end. As we're seeing the leader just running through. There will be one more lap after this. There will be 230 laps completed by the time the leader crosses the line next time by. Or is it 231? We'll find out. Somewhere around 230, 231. My brain is completely addled at this point. This might be one or two cars. Yeah, that's the Stone Cold Racing car. The McGonagall's just resetting their stint timer, 103. 231 laps will be the total completed. At the end of this lap, 34 seconds left to go. 103.9. Anderson, you're going to be tight finishing the... You have to run through the pits this lap. You will not make it round again. Otherwise you will face a further penalty. Leader hasn't crossed the line. This doesn't count as you finishing the race. You're going to go over your stint time, I think. Oh, they're gonna get. Are you gonna get 30 seconds at the end of this race? Seriously? Davis is also still out there. Davis has got more chance of getting around. 103.40. Yeah, because the leaders will cross the line in front of them, so the race will end. Yeah, they'll be okay. They're not. 104.18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Yeah. Unfortunately, Anderson, I think you're going to get a 30-second penalty at the end of the race for not completing your required stint time. So that was the leader crossing the line. Smith Adams will bring it home in second. He's almost half a lap behind. Desiree has finished. Well done to Koss for finishing. Dietrich has just crossed the line. Davis, Peak, McGonagall, Ches, Fuller, Jordan. Schwartzman has also finished. And Smith Adams is about to bring it home. Now Willamot is just going to come back through, and they have Hours. Hours managed to close that gap right down, 2.4 seconds. 30 seconds added for Anderson and Jordan at the end of that one as well. So that is Willamot through, Anderson through. Walsh is going to be the last car to come home and take the checkered flag. And wiggling it around, that is the end of the 6 hours of Red Bull Ring. So, fantastic. Well done to everybody who finished that one. I don't think we really had any major amounts of attrition for that entire race. Oh, Barry briefly logged in and then logged out. but never actually completed a lap, so that doesn't really count. So yeah, basically no attrition for that entire race. Everybody who started it, you finished it. So very well done to everybody. Thank you very much. That is the end of that one. I am going to change over to that screen. Oh, that's because that was just the latest video. I'm going to drop out of that. If there is anybody who does have the brain power after all of that to and does want to come and have a chat, by all means, I will be here for a few minutes. It's not going to be a huge amount of time to the end of this, just pretty much whilst I sort my computer out and I make sure it doesn't have a death for a minute. So yeah, well, a massive well done to everybody. Massive thank you to everybody who drove. Massive thank you to all of the stewards for coming and doing this. And massive thank you to everybody at Toga behind the scenes putting this event on. So yeah, absolutely massive well done, and thank you to everybody involved. And yeah, say does anybody want to come and have a chat? I will probably be here for, I'll hang around for another couple of minutes, and we'll call this at 4:50 for that one. So yeah, anybody still watching? Favorite moments in the race? Feel free to let us know what those are in the comments, in chat if you're still here. I have a strange feeling I don't think there's really anybody watching. Did I really get no likes for the entirety of that? Refresh that, see what that says. I got 5. Thanks. Apparently I'm no good at my job anymore. So, yeah, that is going to be it for the 6 hours. Unless somebody has just... Nope, nobody has come and said hello. So, that is going to be it for the 6 hours for today. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Thank you all ever so much for making this happen. Thank you to Barry for popping in and having a chat with us for a bit. Thanks to Charlie for doing the same thing, letting us know how your team was getting on. Thanks to all the drivers and people watching at home, jumping in and having a chat with us as well in there. So yeah, thank you ever so much, and we shall see you. I'm not sure what the next race is. I think it's possibly the. There's a bit of a gap now until the beginning of the rookie series. So we shall see you. Hope possibly on track, possibly watching elsewhere. But enjoy. Have a lovely rest of your weekend, and I'm going to go and curl up and get some sleep. Good night, and thank you very much.